Good morning, everyone. Today, April 19th, we are going to start the meeting. It's 9:13 a.m. This is the 178 CFMC meeting. We are in Puerto Rico. We're going to start by opening this meeting and roll call. I'm going to start from Christina's side.
Good morning, Cristina Olan, Council Staff.
Buenos días, Yael Rivera, Council Staff.
García Moliner, Council Staff.
María López, no Fisheries.
Carl Pachetti, council member.
Good morning, Jean-Pierre Oriol, council member.
Good morning, Tony Blanchard, vice chair.
Good morning, Marcos Hanke, Chair.
Diana Martino, Council Staff.
Good morning, Dean Streltek, Fisheries Southeast Regional Office.
Good morning, Jocelyn D'Ambrosio, NOAA Office of General Counsel.
Good morning, Kevin McCarthy, Southeast Fisheries Science Center.
Good morning, everyone. Nelson Crespo, DAP Chair.
Morning, everyone. Julian McGrath, DAP Chair, St. Thomas, St. John.
Good morning.
Edward Schuss.
Good morning, Howard Forbes, DPR Enforcement.
Morning, Manny Antoneros, no Office of Law Enforcement.
Yes. From Santiago, Puerto Rico, Future United States.
Morning, City, Chair of the Trust.
Luis Oliveras, Council Staff. Good morning, Maria Elizabeth, Council Staff.
Now the online people, Christina, can you help me out? Yeah.
Okay. Online, we have Alida Ortiz Sotomayor, Chelsea and Evan Dewey, Edward Schuster, Gabriel J. Pecunia Malavé, Elena Anton, Jack McGovern, Jesus Rivera Hernandez, John Walter, Julio Cotto, Laura Simo, Nicole Guillot, Loren Grensberg, Maria Angeline León, Marta Prada, Michelle Duval, Michelle Shatter, Rachel Eckley, Rachel O'Malley, Sarah Stevenson, Stephanie Martinez Rivera, Vanessa Ramirez, and Wesley Morgan. That is all in the list.
Thank you, Lehigh. We're gonna go now for the adoption of the agenda. Any council member can help me out with this? Adoption of the agenda.
Yes, Carl Pachetti, move to adopt the agenda as written. Second.
Any comment, any opposition? Everybody in agreement? Yes. Everybody in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Consideration of the 176 and 177 council meeting verbatim.
Carl Pachetti, motion to accept the 176 and 177 verbatim transcript as written. Second.
In favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And before the executive director report, I want to request everybody to speak loud and close to the mic in order for the participants to virtual participants to hear us well, and for the recording, and also the meeting will end at sharp at 12 because we have lunch for the people present that we need to go there sharp at 12. Miguel, executive report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first thing I would like to do is to read a letter from the record that we received. Oh, no. Okay. Sorry for that. Diana will read a letter from the record that was sent to us by the Office of International Fishery Affairs. We would like to include the.
Miguel, no se está grabando. Está grabando, pero se oye.
No se escucha bien.
Nada más que acercarte un poco. Tienes que pegarte con el micrófono. O la
Sí,
mano.
el problema de la mascarilla.
Pero tienes que hablar más duro.
Hello, so Diana will read the letter for the. Okay?
Smart.
Okay, dear Mr. Rolón, I am ready to express appreciation for the council's support for the work of the Western Central Atlantic Fisheries Commission, WCAFC, the advisory regional fisheries body responsible for promoting the effective conservation, management, and development of living marine resources in the wider Caribbean. At the 17th session of WCAFC, held in July 2019, with the Caribbean Council's support and guidance, the United States successfully proposed to expand the mandate of WCAFC's Joint Working Group on Flying Fish in the Eastern Caribbean to incorporate dolphin fish and other pelagic species not managed by the International Commission for the Conservation of Atlantic Tunas. The dolphin fish stock is of great importance to the United States, supporting active commercial and recreational fisheries throughout the southeastern United States and wider Caribbean. As you are well aware, ongoing U.S. efforts to ensure the long-term sustainability of this important stock will only be realized through a meaningful collaboration with other nations that are effectively fishing in this shared stock. Under this wider mandate, the working group will continue to function in a technical and advisory capacity. This provides a platform for the United States to share its best available science and advance the interests of the U.S. fishermen in the sustainable fishery. Your active engagement on the part of the Council will be critical to the working group's success. Furthermore, I wish to acknowledge the valuable contributions of the Council in support of the WCAFC's Joint Working Group on Queen Conch and the organization's Joint Working Group of Spawning Aggregations. The Council has supported the development of fishery management plans, training modules for assessment and management, and communication and outreach tools to better manage these fishery resources of high economic and social value in the WCAFC Convention area. I also wish to thank the Council for regularly hosting meetings of these subsidiary bodies to help monitor and advance progress. In closing, I commend the Council for its leadership and partnership in the work of WCAFC, and I look forward to continuing our strong collaboration in the future. Sincerely, Rogers Crystal.
Thank you, Diana. As part of the executive report, Miguel.
Okay, I would like to take this opportunity to do something that I should have done a long time ago. Sometimes it's emotional, but anyway, bear with me. Somebody asked me one day whether I have a right hand in the office. But I feel like an octopus because I have many right hands. And today I want to recognize 3 of them. But they're gonna kill me for this, but anyway. The first one is Iris Oliveras. Iris, will you please come over here? She didn't know I told her that she was going to be here to tell people to use the face mask. And just put her legs to them so they can fall. And It has been with us for a long time. 25 years. And the voice that most of you heard when we were before the pandemic, hello, good morning, this is Caribbean Council, is Iris. And for that, we are really appreciate your effort, appreciate all your work, your friendship. And this is a bridge and bottle I've become a table for us. So today we want to honor you with bridge and bottle. Oh, that's what's the point.
This is beautiful and thank you, Miguel and everybody that was involved with this. I am very pleased in remembering that this week we were my 25th work anniversary. It was like, really? That long? 25 years. And then I started counting back my age when I came to the country, and I was like, okay, don't say, no, I won't say anything. Have been beautiful days, rough days, and a lot of challenges. Not for me only, but for the rest of the council, but everything became the way that it was supposed to be when we had some steps that were things that happened, not necessarily inside the council, but everything was completed, accomplished, and I'm very, very proud of being part of the council. It is in my memory that it meant to be, even though a lot of things that happened with the pandemic and everything, whatever. I was supposed to be there. And I'm glad I am still there, and I'll be there. For anybody that need anything, I'll be there. Just let me know, just let me go. We'll do our best to help on anything that we could. Thank you.
The second one. Did you?
Yeah.
The second one has a phrase that whenever I'm about to make a mistake with the money, she looked at me and said, don't say that, we cannot do it. It's Angie. You are not gonna escape, so please come over here. Angie has been with us for a long time. Actually, she has a time for almost 19 years that she went to work for another people. But then we convinced her to come back. And when she came back, we had a problem. Our fiscal officer had resigned at that time, and we had to close 3 years at a time. And for those of you who knows about numbers and the grant, you know how difficult it is. And I called her and said, can you do this? And I said, are you crazy? No, I'm not. I'm desperate. Can you do it? And she said, yes. And she had been with us since how many years? Since that time? More than 11? More than 20 years you have been with us, in and out. So for that, we want to recognize you today with another. So the council want to recognize your work, our work for all these years. And I hope that you stay with us for more time, unless you get a lot of money. You are excused. Want to say something? She doesn't want to say anything, so.
Just thank you.
Okay. So like in the Oscar, we have said, this in.
Don't clap.
Nobody walking,
Yeah.
slap.
Yeah, then another person that keep me out of trouble because she always keep me under the table. You don't see it, but she does it. Every time that I feel to tell somebody what I think, I say, don't do that. You're the executive director. He's an SOP, but you have to keep your cool. So I have been receiving a lot of this like here. We all know her because she's always working with the reservation, with the hotels, and something goes wrong. We call her. Diana Martino, we all know her. So she's another one. You do that. Anyway, we want to recognize you too for all these years working alongside with me and the rest of the staff, council members. I used to go to Fisher's meetings with Diana. And I remember I went to a meeting in St. Thomas, for the place. Is Diana came? And no. Okay, so they left. So I want to have Diana come over here. These are my biologists that happen to be also in Puerto Rico. Mario Thatcher. He and his wife are also professionals, but they do this for us. And this time, where are you? We want to recognize all the years. We have been together for 30 something? 36 years. And well, myself, the council staff, we want to recognize you at this time. I know that you hate this stuff, but here it is. Don't drop it. Say something.
You fooled me. Because I'm the one who always gets this. And then put it all in one box. And you gave me the box. I went, wow, what a great point.
We didn't reach it for Aria. Okay, and it's a cliche, but they say last but not least, but this time we want to recognize one person that I met a long time ago. And that person always is the same, you know. Front of you, back of you is always the same. You know, the fishery back and forth, and he has been one of the best council members we ever had here. This is the last official meeting of the council, unless we have one between here and August 10th. His last chair and secretary director meeting will be in May, and it's Tony Blanchard. As I said, you know, one of the best council members we ever have. He always defends the fishery. He always defends the fisheries, even though they might be from Puerto Rico. He always speak for them. And he's the only one who has sat next to the RA one time. Roy Crabtree challenged him to sit next to him because he was talking about things that Roy should have. So, so it's right, they put it there. Then after that, Roy told him, never let me do that again. In a personal capacity, I'm a lover. He's a dog lover, more than me. We have kind of a special bond there. And today, you're not going to escape without a brief in the bottle. I got for you today. It's a fish from St. Thomas.
It is.
And
I don't remember us having managed you.
Marcos wanted to say something at this time. Please, Marcos.
Good morning, everyone. I want to say and address Tony, but I want to take the opportunity also to recognize everybody else that was here, Angie, Edith, and Diana, and with the guidance of Miguel as a team, They have a good atmosphere and a productive environment at the council. As a chairman and council member for many years, thank you to all of them for all the support. Now, Tony. Tony and I have a very productive relationship because I really appreciate once we can agree and disagree, keep the communication. And this is what the council is about. And the relationship that Tony and I have is of a mutual respect. We have been very sincere to each other, and he teach me a lot of things. And I thank you for that, and I thank you for your honesty and to pull my ear sometimes and make me think a little deeper about things. And this is what a good council member do. And it's not just the knowledge you bring to the table, it's the other personal aspects that you bring to the table that are unique and special. Thank you very much, Tom.
Touching on base with Roy, me and Roy butt heads a lot of things, back and forth, back and forth. He'll tell you. But I think Roy respect me because I was a man that hold my ground. And I can tell him I don't back off for anything. And I said, believe I'm wrong. Like I said, I don't follow a weaker man than me. I would follow somebody strong, which I don't find too much of that. But if we going on the same road, you got to have me buy into it and believe that we're doing the right thing. When I came on the council years ago, I came out with the intention of looking out for the fishery, the best I could have managed it, looking out for the fishers, the communities. Because to me, it's all about the fishery, and the fishery cannot be excluding the fishermen and the other user groups, your tourists, so on and so forth. This is all a big, it's like a puzzle that you're trying to manage. I believe when I walk in the door, I walk in not compromising myself, and I believe I will walk out without doing so. I believe I was straightforward. We didn't always agree. But then to the end of the day, you didn't bring me here to agree to anything. You bring me here to manage. And me and Rich butt heads a few times, but I respect him coming from a different angle. And it was a learning experience for me. I learned a lot of things. I learned about the ins and outs of how fisheries is managed. I wasn't always right, but I will be the first one when I realize I'm not right to tell you, listen, I was wrong. So to the end of the day, I believe I came in with a plan. I succeeded the best I could with what I had in front of me, and I will leave that torch for somebody else to carry. I'm just hoping that they do as good a job, that they take the fishers, the communities, the fishery into consideration like I did. And I can say to the end of the day, the way I walk in the door is the way we leave. Head high, walking in and out. When I'm in a place, nobody has to doubt that I am there. You know I did. Just by my presence, you know I'm there. So like I say, I wasn't always right, but I'm willing to concede to be wrong. But show me that I'm wrong first. And like I say, it was a good experience. I mean, for me, for the most part, it was a good experience. Some of it was a little back and forth. Like I said, I didn't agree with some things, but we don't always agree. But show me where I ran first, and then I'll agree with you. So to the end of the day, I appreciate the time I was here. I actually lasted longer than I thought because, in my opinion, sitting in this position, you have to have political ties, and I don't have that. I don't fall to anybody. Understand? I believe you're going to put me here to do a job. That's why I sign on for. Whether I agree with you or I don't agree with you, I agree to do that job. And that's what I think I have done. So like I say, I will leave carrying my shield like I walked in carrying it. And I appreciate the time. Come on, Mahmoud. Can't use without a picture.
The school zone will miss you.
I don't know about that.
Hello.
But I will tell you like the song say, tell me lies, tell me lies.
Thank you, everyone, for being part of this special moment. And Miguel.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Tony as well. I know the commitment it takes to serve on the fishery management councils and time it takes away from your business, from fishing, from other activities, your family. So I know it's not an easy commitment, and at the Fishery Service, we certainly appreciate everyone's time that is spent, obviously, in these meetings and helping us to manage the nation's fisheries. I laughed, obviously, when you talked about Roy. Roy does send his regards and appreciates your time and work on the council. And you're exactly right. We didn't always agree with them, but we always respected you for your input and your views, and it helped us be a better agency and a better council for that. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's about it. We are also send you an email to everyone. We are having problems with reservations and presentations. I know that people are always challenged for time, but the presentation should be in the hands of Christina at least 5 days before the meeting. Otherwise, we run the risk of not being able to have the presentation on time for the meeting. So we will send emails to everybody to remind them of that. And the other thing is the reservation. The hotels are really edgy about it nowadays. Because people make reservations the wrong days, the wrong time, and then they want to sometimes they don't show up. So we are going to remedy that. And we're going to have a lot of rules. We will have the memo from Diana. We will be responsible for making reservations for all the hotel. Outside that day, we are not responsible for any reservation because any reservation that is made, that is no show, the council has to pay for it. We are really getting very strict. We were able to work here because Diana knows the people that are mighty to work. We were able to answer some of those questions. Of course, if somebody have like Aria today, whatever, we take that all actions. I don't want to say anything else. And the reason we have this letter read today is because the council from the get-go has been working with international fisheries. Because as you all know, we are responsible for fishery that is shared upstream and downstream with other countries. 38 countries, including countries and territories like us, states. So this is important to be recognized because we would like to continue working with the NOAA fisheries. Now the contact person in the region is Maria del Mar. So she participates in the registration of the RA at these meetings with the Western Central Atlantic Commission, ESCA, it's another international group. It's GAREFM, it's the Caribbean Fishery Regional Mechanism. That encompasses 9 countries that are members and up to 17 with observers and members. So it is an important component of our fisheries. Marcos, Carlos have participated as chairs in meetings of the working groups. And today we are going to hear from one of the report by Rachel on the meeting that was held recently. So with that, Mr. Chairman, we thank you for the opportunity for this report.
Thank you, Miguel. The next item on the agenda is the presentation that will be made by Rachel O'Malley. Rachel?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rachel O'Malley. I'm a foreign affairs specialist with NOAA Fisheries in the Office of International Affairs, Trade, and Commerce. It's nice to see you all today. As you've already heard this morning, the Western Central Atlantic Fisheries Commission, or WCAFC, is a regional fisheries body with a geographic area extending from the South Atlantic coast of the United States to the waters of Brazil. There are 34 member countries. I'm here to give you a brief report out from the recent meeting of WCAFC's working group on fisheries using moored fish aggregating devices, or FADs. The meeting was held virtually on February 14th through 16th, and we were fortunate to have a very robust US delegation participating. I'd like to extend a big thank you to Miguel and Marcos for their active engagement and input both before and during the meeting. We were also fortunate to have Dr. Wes Merton participating on the US Del, as well as a strong showing of fishery staff from Southeast Region, Southeast Fishery Science Center, and the Atlantic Highly Migratory Species Management Division and headquarters. Our overarching objective for this international meeting was to build increased regional collaboration that can help support long-term sustainability of living marine resources. While we are always striving to manage fisheries responsibly in the United States, cooperation with foreign partners is of critical importance when it comes to shared stocks. And based on the tone of the meeting, I think we have a good foundation to continue advancing that goal. The meeting began with a series of presentations by WCAFC member countries that offered descriptions of their moored FAD fisheries. A presentation was also given on behalf of the Caribbean Regional Fisheries Mechanism members, collectively Antigua and Barbuda, Dominica, Haiti, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Trinidad and Tobago, and Grenada. These countries have in place a sub-regional management plan for FAD fisheries approved in 2018, which is focused on small-scale artisanal fishers whose livelihoods are significantly supported by FADs. The sub-regional management plan is designed to help these small-scale fishers address food security issues by more efficiently fishing offshore pelagic resources while following safe, responsible, and sustainable fishing practices. So this formed the starting point for the working group's consideration of a draft regional management plan that expands the geographic scope to the wider Caribbean and provides us with a framework to guide the implementation of best practices. Flexible approach allows for some countries to manage moored FADs directly, while here in the United States, we manage the various fisheries that are using FADs. In addition to the regional management plan, the working group reviewed and discussed several other documents, including a guide for improved monitoring of moored FAD catches and improved assessment of the impact of moored FAD fishing on fish stocks. The main conclusions of the working group, which centered on the importance of data collection and reporting throughout the region, were incorporated in a draft recommendation that will be reviewed by WCAFC's Scientific Advisory Committee next week and then forwarded for consideration and adoption by the Commission at its meeting in July of this year. Also, just to reiterate, WCAFC has a newly mandated working group on dolphin fish and flying fish, which will meet in January 2023. The mandate of that group is to address coastal pelagics that are not managed by ICAT. And the creation of this group happened thanks to efforts by the Caribbean Council. Again, thank you to everyone who contributed to that effort. And we'd like to continue a dialogue with the council in preparation for the meeting of that group, perhaps at a council meeting later this year. And I hope to meet many of you in person then. So I'll stop here and offer either Marcos or Miguel or any of my NOAA colleagues an opportunity to highlight anything I missed there, and also happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Tony Blanchard.
Morning, Rachel. Good presentation. I got a question for you. I noticed that when you mentioned the countries that was involved, that St. Bart's, and I don't believe St. Martin was included, and I don't believe Guadeloupe was included unless I missed it. Is that the case?
I can't recall if they were present at the meeting. I don't have a list of participants in front of me, but I can confirm that for you and get back to you.
Right, because it looks like the French countries were not involved in the process. Or whether it is by choice or, I'm not sure, but it just stick out to me if that's the case.
There were definitely some French-speaking countries involved, and I know Guadeloupe has been active in many of the working groups. I just can't remember about this particular one, but I can find out for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, put that information in the chat, maybe.
Miguel?
Here, Tony, some of those members are represented with their organization. The CFMC, for example, represent these countries. For the this particular working group, not all the countries have these devices working for the mooring fishery aggregation devices. And that's the reason why they should be needed, but they are all represented. The CFMC is just an observer, but the other countries, we are part of the US delegation, but the other countries, when they are not present, they are represented by this group. Pesca, for example, is a Central America countries. So you may not see them at the meeting, but they are represented. And we have to change with it. Then we cast the big umbrella, represent everybody. All the members. So the reason why some members decide not to show up at these meetings because they have several working groups during the year. So they allocate the resources to those who are closer to their interests in the fish.
Thank you, Miguel. Anybody else from the council? I just want to mention that very glad to participate on those working group and especially give us a perspective how well the US is doing deploying and managing and approaching fat fishery or move fat. And that also is a tool that as a council member and as a participant of this fishery, we need to be aware and have the need to inform our public of the implications about fat fishery and so on. And on those lines, thank you very much, Rachel, for the opportunity.
Carlos?
Carlos?
So is there going to be a plan for FAD in the CAPSI region or just mentioning that there's a committee working on FADs for the whole international arena?
Yes, so the next step is that the regional management plan that was approved by this working group will be reviewed by the Scientific Advisory Committee of WCAFC. And then it goes to the WCAFC Commission, which is meeting in July, and it will be up to the commission to approve the plan.
Is there a draft that we can see?
We can look at the documents and do it. If you look at the webpage of the CAPSI, there are documents there that we can share with you, but I will make a note of getting copies of those documents that address the issue of mooring fish aggregation devices. Remember, there are two fish aggregation devices: the one that you anchor, and we call it mooring, and the one that you don't anchor. And we send copies of that to you. Somebody asked me what the Caribbean Council involvement would be. Well, we have to follow Madison-Stevens Act, as you know. So at the time that we have a need for managing those fishery aggregation device will do so. So I will send you copies of the documents, and anybody who wants.
I know that their rules are a little different to ours, being US, but, you know, we do require, working with our St. Clair committee, we're required to have Army Corps permits to deploy these things, so I'm not sure exactly, when I see the plan, I'll have a little more.
That's a good point, and each country have a different way, different governance to approach this. When I was working with the tax in Puerto Rico, we need to touch bases with 5 different agencies. And the Corps of Engineers is the lead one, the Coast Guard, National Fisheries Service, and of course, the government. So it is a very complex problem, but there is a challenge. And I believe that the group is going to present to the WCAPC in July their recommendations. Therefore, we will have a plan at that time, or the draft of the plan. And the way it works, remember, the working group prepares a plan on a document. It's go to the equivalent of the SSC, which is the SAC, the scientific group. And then the document is submitted in full. Every 2 years, the commission meets. We submit it in full, and it's approved, then it becomes a management plan. Different from our management plan that you have to implement it, as you know, we have regulations. Those management plans, once they are approved, each country will implement the appropriate regulation for the adoption of the plan.
Thank you, Miguel. And Tony,
I just got a question because I'm here listening to the back and forth. Anybody ever think that maybe by deploying all of these pads, that is going to affect the way affect how the fish migrate at certain times of the year? Because you're actually attracting them to something that they're gonna hang around once they have big fish. But we all know that fish move from one place to the next during the year, during the season, whether it be by barometric pressure, by sargassum, whatever. So you are actually putting up, like, in a way, like a fence, an invisible fence that they could go through this. So true. And my thing is this: we might see this as a positive, but we don't really know how this is going to affect the movement of the fish during the year, because we have installed all of these pads. And that's what I am looking at. I ain't saying it's a good thing, I ain't saying it's a bad thing. I'm saying this is something we need to think about. Because sometimes what we think is a good thing is actually not a good thing.
to your points, Tony, all of those considerations and others are explored in those meetings. And in general lines, Rachel, I would like to say to the group that the way we do more fat fishing in the US Caribbean is with the highest standards that are in terms of data collection, in terms of the deployment, in terms of how responsible we are with these operations. And those groups really facilitate that conversation on a broader scale of the Caribbean. But all those considerations that you are, from a fisherman's standpoint, are considering is included in those discussions, and I invite everybody to read what Miguel is going to send to you about WCAPC and be aware, because now more than ever, because we're going to manage wahoo, blackfin tuna, and dolphin, this discussion is going to be relevant to this council into the future. Thank you. Rachel, do you want to say anything else to end the presentation? Richard, 1 second. Richard, question for Rachel.
Oh, no, just a comment following Tony's questions. That toward the end of today, we're going to be hearing a presentation from Wes Burton about the FAD program here in Puerto Rico. He's been looking at the question of fish movement, so he might be the person you want to direct that question to. I think what you'll find is that yes, the fish will come in, hang around a FAD for a while, and then move. So instead of having maybe a smooth migration trajectory, they're doing maybe kind of a connect the dots type of trajectory, but you'd be the one to ask that question.
Thank you, Richard. Rachel, you have one more question from Carlos.
Yeah, well, I think this is really comment that's really involving the US Caribbean. One of the biggest complaints that the St. Croix Fisheries Advisory Committee has had with FADs is that when we deploy FADs with an Army Corps permit in place, if the FAD breaks away, and it's not replaced immediately or a couple of years down the road, we have to reapply again for an Army Corps permit for a FAD that's already been approved at the same location. And the committee wants to know if there's any way that, they can have a blanket permit that once a FAD is in place, it can be replaced every time it breaks away without having to go through this long process of Army Corps permit taking.
Thank you for your comments, and this is also part of the discussion of those committees in some sense. Rachel, do you want to say something, respond to Carlos? Then we have somebody else, Julian McGrath, to make a question.
I'm sorry, it was difficult to hear that last question. I think it was a question about the permitting process.
The question was, once we have a FAD in St. Croix installed, let's say the FAD move away, if there was a blank form or a process in which the whole process of going to our Cuerpo de Ingenieros and the other agencies can expedite, can be quicker for the replacement of the FAD.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think I'm probably not the best person to answer that question.
That was the question, and this is something that we can follow up. The question, Miguel, was once they lose the FAD break out, if there was something, a process that can make it quicker to reinstall the FAD instead of passing the whole process again of. Okay, we're gonna look for a better answer to you, Carlos, later on, but we don't have the way to fully answer to you. Maria?
Yeah, I will find out that for you. We have in our office, NOAA Fisheries sometimes with Protected Resources Division, work on consulting from some of this FADs. So maybe I can ask some of our colleagues about the process and I will get back to you. I wrote it down.
Thank you, Maria. And Julian?
Julian McGrath for the record. Just a quick question. Have you guys been looking at revisiting the size limits for the wahoo and the dolphins? Since we're going to be adding all of these facts to ensure that we are also protecting the species with the size limits?
The question is directed to Rachel?
Yes.
Yes. At WCAFC level, there is any discussion about size limits related to fat fishery, Rachel?
Not at this time, but that's an issue that could be discussed within this new working group that's going to meet next year. So we should continue our dialogue about that.
Thank you, Miguel. And that's the last question or participation?
Yeah, this working group was addressing mostly the mooring FAD, not the species itself. And going to Tony's comment, we have a situation in the Caribbean, it's called gauntlet fishery. Gauntlet fishery is where every country catches whatever they can of a population that migrate from one point to another. In case of the dolphin fish, they migrate from the southern Caribbean all the way to Cuba, or another part of the actually from North Carolina down, we have two species that you don't do that. So the reason to bring this to your attention is to let you know what is happening, what these other countries are thinking on the umbrella of the CAPC. And then as a council member to think for the future, when we have the island-based implementer, where they are going to consider anything related to mooring tax. We also can send a letter to the director of the Corporate Engineering Puerto Rico. And the corporate has the last word in many of these things. So we certainly for the August meeting, we try to get you the best information available so we can take it from there. And remember, the FADs are two types. The floating ones and the anchor. You're talking about the anchor, right? You may want to prohibit the floating ones. That's some consideration by country, but this tool has been used in the times of Christ before that, and have been documented. So it's not something that you can pull away from the fishery as easy as you can think in many countries. So that's why we are concentrated with the capture at this time on the mooring bans. That's for you to consider. Probably for the next meeting, Mr. Chairman, we can put that in the agenda if you wish. So bring more information to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Rachel, and go ahead and
Well, I just wanted to respond specifically to Julian. So we will be receiving a presentation from Maria and Sarah Stevenson this morning about size limits for pelagic species. And certainly we'll talk about it in the context of whether the Caribbean Council wants to move forward with an options paper. But certainly, given the migratory nature of the species that we're managing here, it makes sense, obviously, if we are going to move forward with size limits or bag and trip limits, that we also consider this in the broader Caribbean region and encourage, obviously, management more holistically than just territories in Puerto Rico.
good point. Thank you very much. Rachel, last word.
Sure. Thanks for the opportunity to be here today. And if anyone has further questions, or maybe you'll have questions after you have a look at the regional management plan, feel free to email me. My address is at the end of the short paper that was included in the briefing book. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Excellent presentation again. Thank you so much. Next item on the agenda, island-based fishery management presentation by Maria Lopez Merced. Sarah?
Yeah. Good morning. This is Maria Lopez from NOAA Fisheries. So for this part, if there's no presentations, we have some slides for the next items. We just want to give a brief update on where we are with island-based fishery management plans proposed rule. At this time, we are very happy that NOAA Fisheries Southeast Regional Office has concluded their review of the proposed rule. And the proposed rule has been sent to NOAA Fisheries headquarters for review. That means that after the NOAA Fisheries headquarters conduct their thorough review, again, this is a very big proposed rule, then what proceeds is a publication of the proposed rule and then the opening of the public comment period of 30 days. So I don't have a date for that, but hopefully by the next meeting in August, we will have news about whether it's going to be published, that proposed rule, and opening the comment period. So unless anybody else have other questions about the island-based FMPs, please stand by for other updates, hopefully soon.
Thank you, Maria. Do you have Sarah too? Any other part?
Yes, so Christina, can you present the slide that says FMP amendments? So what we want to do right now is just go real quick through some of the amendments that, not that one, the other one. Some of the amendments that the council has discussed during the past year that will be amendments to the island-based FMPs once those are implemented. Just to give you a brief summary of what the decisions that the council made. And where are we on this stage so that when the island-based FMPs are in place, you know that these are other actions that are going to be coming. So Sarah, if you want to take it from here.
Hi, good morning. I'm going to give you a little refresher on the first amendment to the island-based FMPs that we worked on. Which was the modification of spiny lobster management reference points based on the CDAR 57 stock assessments for spiny lobster. It's a generic framework amendment to the FMPs, so it applies to each management platform. The issues that were addressed in the amendment were to update the management reference points for spiny lobster to account for the CDR 57 stock assessments and application of the council's acceptable biological catch control rule. That control rule was included in each of the FMPs, and it specified what to do based on tiers. So now that we have an accepted stock assessment, the spiny lobster stock is now in tier 3. So that got updated with this amendment as well. The amendment also revises the AM trigger, the accountability measure trigger for the spiny lobster stocks. And the status of it, the council did take final action in August of 2021. So it may be a while, hence the refresher. And then NIMS is preparing the proposed rule and associated documents for that. And as soon as we know the final effective date for the FMPs, we'll start moving forward with the proposed rule package. So we anticipate that it will be almost immediately after the FMPs. Next slide, please. So there's 2 actions in the amendment. Action 1 modifies the spiny lobster overfishing limits, acceptable biological catch, and annual catch limits for spiny lobster for each island. Alternative 1 was the no action, so it just left things as they were specified in each of the FMPs, and that would be under tier 4 of the control rule, which was data limited with no accepted assessment. Alternative 2 looked at the council could have selected a variable catch approach for specifying the OFLs and ABCs and essentially the ACLs in which the values would change from year to year. But the preferred alternative, alternative 3, the council selected the constant catch approach for specifying the OFL and ABCs and then deriving the ACLs from that. So the values for the 3 years were set at a constant value. And then you can see the subalternatives there, which management uncertainty buffer the council selected was 3B, which sets the ACL at 95% of the ABC. Next slide. Action 2 modified the trigger for the accountability measure, and the trigger is the years of landings that are used to compare to the ACL. So alternative 1 was the no action. It would use the trigger that's described in each of the FMPs, which did a ramp up of landings. So it would use a single year of landings followed by the next subsequent year of landings, followed by a 2-year average of landings, then a 3-year average of landings, and then thereafter a progressive running 3-year average. And then there was also the clause that the NIMS Southeast Regional Administrator, in consultation with the council, may deviate from the specific time sequences used to determine if the ACL was exceeded. So, for instance, these years that are specified in the slide were written a couple years ago. They could be refreshed to use the most recent years of landings available. So instead of 2018, we could use 2020. And so all of the dates would be updated. So that's the no action. That's going to be your accountability measure for the majority of stocks, the other stocks included in the island-based FMPs. Next slide, please. Alternative, whoa. Alternative 2 was the preferred alternative selective, and it's going to use the most recent 3 years of landings to evaluate whether an AM is triggered. And then the AM would be triggered if those average landings exceed the average ACLs in place during those years. And that language just is in the interest or in the eventuality that there may be ACLs in 1 year of landings data that are different because they were under a different management regime or from a different time period. But so we're going to compare average landings to average ACLs. Under this amendment, the ACLs would be constant, so averaging the same number 3 times just results in that same ACL number. The years of landings can be adjusted to account for the best scientific information available, and that's just in the eventuality that maybe landings aren't available for some reason or another. There was a third alternative to just use a single year of landings to evaluate if the AM was triggered, but that was not selected. And next slide, I believe, takes you to the gear amendment. So, Maria, do we want to do questions at the end or?
I think you can do questions on the spiny lobster now if that's okay, so we don't change the subject.
So yes, are there any questions on the amendment, the spiny lobster amendment?
Any question on the spiny lobster amendment? This is basically a status report, what is going on up to now. Hearing now, Maria, you want to say something?
No, I just want to say that I believe in the Science Center presentation, we're going to talk a little bit more, Kevin, with my understanding of other plans for the spiny lobster in terms of updates to the values and cedar, et cetera. So more information will be provided from that part when Kevin gives his presentation. And then we can obviously return, like if there's anything that you guys have any additional questions regarding the amendment, then Sarah's going to be available too.
Kevin?
The short answer to that is that there's an update assessment that's happening this year and should be made, the results of that should be made available for the fall meetings of the SSC and the council.
Okay. Like things related to the lobster is getting better, improving the data and making better decisions on it and following the guidance of the council. Sarah, can keep going.
Okay, I believe it's me now. Okay, so this is the other action that the council discussed last year, and this is a modification to the buoy gear definition and use. And this is going to be an amendment also to the FMPs for each one of the islands, Puerto Rico, St. Thomas and St. John, and St. Croix. The issues that were addressed in the amendment was modifying the definition of buoy gear in federal regulations to allow for the use of up to 25 hooks to fish commercially. That was the issue that was addressed. And the other issue was the interest on the council of limiting the use of buoy gear to those fishing commercially only. The council took final action for this amendment in December 2021. And at this time, NIMS is working with associated documents and will have a proposed rule ready for when the island-based FMPs are in place. Next slide, please. This is taking a little bit longer to show it here, so. All right, so there were two actions. The first action is the buoy gear prohibition for recreational fishing. There was a no action. The way that it was set in it is set in our regulations is that buoy gear is an authorized gear type for recreational harvest in the Caribbean is found as 50 CFR 600-725, which are our regulations that list the authorized gear. And this will make no changes. That doesn't mean that the gear is used. This just means that for some fisheries in the Caribbean, it was not listed as a prohibited gear, it's an authorized gear. So alternative 2, which was the alternative that was preferred by the council, which is a broad prohibition on the use of the buoy gear for those fishing recreational and federal waters of the 3 islands. Next slide. Okay, so and then the action 2 was the modification of the buoy gear definition. The way that our regulations read is that the number of hooks, one of the items in the description of the buoy gear is that the number of hooks that could be used with that gear, it was 10. So then we have 2 alternatives. One alternative would modify the definition as it applies to the commercial sector fishing only for managed reef fish. in the EEC of each one of the islands to allow the use of up to 25 hooks connected between the buoy and the terminal end. And then we added a third alternative as required by the council, so that allowing the use of up to 25 hooks would be allowed for all authorized commercial fisheries, not just for the managed free fish. So this is the alternative that was prepared. So this was just a refresher, so the decisions that you previously made, and once the council takes final action, then NOAA Fisheries steps in and start preparing the documents and the proposal. Now, after the break, we are going to be talking about 2 new actions that the council requested for staff to prepare and to present. One of them is regulations regarding the use of troll gear and other nets in the Caribbean EEC. That's an options paper. And the second action that we are going to be discussing is related to pelagic species management. Pelagic species are new to management under the FMPs, and there was interest in the council in exploring different management regimes, for example, size limits, trip limits, etc. So we are going to be providing some background information of the different things that the council can do to manage these new species. Any questions?
Yeah.
Yeah, do you need any motion from the council at this time?
I do not. Not at this time. This is just a summary of what you guys have already done. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Maria. Great job, great presentation. Anybody else from the council? We're all in agreement that it reflect what we have been discussing, and the document is really reflecting the great job of the council together with the job you guys did in the office. Carlos?
Yeah, so I have another amendment. So I'd like to know maybe when's a good time to maybe present this after you go through the break or whatever.
What, in terms of your logistics, what is the best time, Maria?
Let's see. So the break is for 10:45. So I think we can discuss it right now if you
Yes.
want to do that. Okay.
I believe it's a good
Right.
time. Go ahead.
Give me a second here, I have some notes. Okay. The recreational, commercial, and rec for hire fisheries have requested a review of the regulations that govern the seasonal closed area for red hine and land bank. There is a need to address pelagic and HMS fishing at the top of land bank, St. Croix, during the seasonal closure for red hine in the spawning irrigation area. 50 CFR 622.435A2 IIA states that from December 1 to February 28, no fishing in those parts of the area that are in the EEZ. Can I get a slide up there on the screen, the one that I sent on line back? And actually, the slide I have up there is just for reference so that you all can see the water depth that I'm talking about. But while they bring that up, the deep water area at 25 to 75 fathoms is heavily used for trolling and fishing during the time of the closure for multiple HMS and pelagic species like commercial, charter for hire, and rec sectors. Fishers have said that species such as wahoo, yellowfin, big eye, skipjack, albacore, mahi, kingfish, and swordfish, which are topwater species, are active during the December to February closure time. And these species should be allowed to be fished because it would not have an impact to the species that are being protected in the bottom. Also, billfish such as white marlin, blue marlin, sailfish, and long-billed spearfish are also fished at the top of land bank. Although, I got some new information that this occurs a little deeper water than what I'm gonna show up there. What the fishers are concerned that while hooked up and working the fish, they may inadvertently drift into the edge of the closed area. And also that while trolling and making a wide turn to come about, they have found themselves partially in the closed area during the February time to December to February time period. Fishers use the shelf edge of the natural fat while trolling and fishing. There are approximately between all sectors, 40 to 50 vessels are impacted by the 2-mile long area that prohibits fishing at the top of land bank. So I have a motion. And that motion is similar to the language on 50 CFR 622.435A2 IIIB, which states for the Germanic Bank that from February to April 30th, no person may fish for or possess any species of fish except highly migratory species in or from the Germanic Bank closed area. And then it went on to define the fish. But
Carlos, can we have the language of the motion?
I also said that, you know.
They had it a little while ago, but it's not there.
But there's a slide there. Okay, that's the motion that I want. So it'd be request staff to develop an option paper to amend St. Croix's IBFMP, namely 50 CFR 622.435A2 IIA, by inserting the language that no person may fish for or possess any species of fish except highly migratory and pelagic species in or from the right-hand side enclosed area of land bank St. Croix. But I have a slide up there with the water depths from a GPS of a fisherman.
Well, that's not necessary now. What we need is a second to continue the discussion.
Second,
Any discussion about Maria?
Yeah, thank you, Carlos, for bringing that up. So one of the things that I wanna point out is that now we are managing pelagic species. So I think, so maybe saying council managed pelagic species, and then obviously this will need, I would assume the SSC to look into this, so that could be something perhaps that the council can task. And then obviously, consultation with our HMS faults too. So I mean, there's a lot of things to do here, but I just wanted to bring that up, at least apart from the pelagics, because my understanding is that in the Germanic Bank text, there's no distinction for the pelagics, right? Okay, yeah, because before we didn't manage the pelagic species, so but now we are managing those pelagic species. So the council will need to evaluate also what would be the effect, not only on the fish that this closure is aiming to protect, which is the red line and other species that are regulated in the area, but also, the effects on the species that the council is managing. Okay, so noted. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Miguel?
Also, for the record, we don't have authority to manage highly migratory species. But we're talking about the cost of pelagics. May want to modify your language here. But we do need to, if the council proceeds with this, is we need to immediately connect with the highly migratory office and see if they can join in discussion about that possibility. But certainly we are talking about the cost of pelagic species, both in Wawa and others.
Thank you, Miguel. And adding to what Miguel brought to the table is that we cannot forget that in the other areas in Puerto Rico, we have similar discussions and lessons learned of a similar discussion that we need to take in account to do something probably much better in this case. We are in another step or another level to address this. And I already shared with Carlos a few points with him, and this is for future discussion. Graciela?
So just to remind everyone of the conversations that the council has had in previous years when we deal with other pelagics at this area. So a couple of issues. One, the vertical structure of the fish community at those places. And two, the bycatches from the trolling activities, trolling TRO
Yeah.
activities that, that actually the spoons can bring up big fish from the deep. I know that you're talking about, fairly deep waters, but thirdly, the rugosity of these areas, even at depth, with the probability of planers, for example, or any kind of weighted line that they might be using while trawling for pelagic could impact the habitat. So those issues are discussed in, when we start dealing with seasonally closed areas. So we would need the information on bycatch, for example, what species have been harvested while carrying out these activities. And but we will be looking into that. And also, additionally, any other activity that might be happening from dropping the lines that you might be looking for other species. So we know that these things happen. So, just to let you know of past history of the discussion of the council.
That was exactly the conversation I had with Carlos, and it's complicated, but it's not impossible to address. Right? And anybody else?
Let me see the depth of water.
Let me give the turn to Andy. In the meantime, they put the depth of water.
Yeah, I'm certainly supportive of the motion and exploring this through an options paper. We have looked at this in other areas, the Gulf of Mexico, and I think we've addressed it more through gear restrictions in addition to the kind of prohibition of species that could be maintained. So we want to look at gear stowage requirements as well as kind of the gear allowance requirements and specific to trolling through a area that's typically closed to bottom fishing, right? So we can look at those regulations and come back with more information.
Thank you, Carlos.
Yeah, so, Maria made a good point. Should I change my language to include that council managed pelagics in there?
Graciela.
I mean, you could, but you could also request the information from the highly migratory species group.
Wait,
to
point
see-
of order, let the owner of the motion, put it on the screen, the motion again. And then Carlos can work it out. Okay. In essence, what they are writing this is that we want to concentrate our efforts on those species that are managed by the council. And then contact the highly migratory species office to get their input into further discussion.
On that note, since I read in the handbook that it is written in there for Galvanic Bank that they're allowed to fish for highly migratory species. I don't know, since we don't manage it, I don't understand why that was in there, but I'll change the wording for.
Graciela.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and put, no person may fish for or possess any species of fish except council managed pelagics and other pelagic species. Because there's some other pelagics that the council doesn't manage.
Tony, do you agree with the change in language?
Let me see the one.
And while I'm, should I go ahead and remove this thing about the HMS until? Oh.
That's it. Let Carlos dictate what he wants on the screen.
I do. So we can remove the reference to highly migratory HMS. Right? No.
Carlos, Jocelyn, can you support us on this motion?
Sure, so there's some folks are asking about, council authority here with HMS and certain highly migratory species that are defined in the Magnuson-Stevens Act, there's jurisdiction given to the fishery service to manage those. So you can't directly manage those species, but when you're trying to protect your areas that the council manages from fishing impacts, you can prohibit all fishing. We also have year restrictions in these areas. So the current regulation that prohibits all fishing is okay. And I understand that we're now trying to say, well, are there certain exceptions, like certain types of fishing that we want to allow in this closed area? So if you're asking for an options paper, maybe you might want to not be super prescriptive, but you could say, except for certain species where, the possibility for impacts with the fishery that you're protecting, I believe it's a red Heinz flying area, might, there might not be as much of a need, perhaps, that's what you're sort of trying to explore. So I wouldn't necessarily try to spell out the types of species you're excluding, but you could be general, like sort of maybe saying, except for this HMS species, if there's pelagic species, whether or not you manage them. I don't know if there's certain species that the folks are fishing for there that you want to allow and to explore the potential for that. So maybe rather than trying to note all of those species now, you could direct staff to try to come back with recommendations for which fishing in that area you might want to open it up to. So on that point, in terms of the language, maybe you could say, except for certain species of fish, including potentially HMS and pelagics, and then staff can come back with options and explain based on what you're going to say about depth or what the research shows, potentially species you might want to exempt from this closed area. So just to say it again, maybe try to be less prescriptive with the types of fish so you can really explore options.
One second here. Carlos, do you want to follow the guidance on the language
Yes.
and change the language and revise by front later?
Yeah.
Jocelyn, can you help Carlos with the language specifically on the board?
And as you're thinking about it, make it simple. What you want is an option paper to see whether pelagics would be able to allow to be fished in the area or not. Because in the motion, you're trying to have the whole regulation written. So a simple option would be to instruct the staff to prepare an option paper to give information whether we can allow pelagic species to be fished in the water column.
Joseph.
I agree. That's a great idea, Miguel, just to be a little more general, so we can, rather than trying to develop exactly what we're going to do now, to develop the sort of ideas for where to go. So rather than saying, if right now you're sort of proposing the exact amendment, but maybe you could be more, I can't amend your motion, but if you would want to get a second to, as Miguel said, explore amending the island-based FMP to allow fishing for certain species, including highly migratory species and pelagics in that closed area. And then just a note, it's very helpful to have the regulation that you're looking at, but when we do implement the island-based FMPs, that citation will change. So we would note that in any document.
Miguel?
I propose to table this and allow Carlos to write something with Jocelyn and then come back after break. And can propose a language. It's a very important point, and we wanted to make it sure.
I think it's a good strategy to be more productive on the language and so on, and to move along. Graciela, last word, and we'll go for a break.
So keep in mind also that the council is developing a fishery ecosystem plan, so ecosystem issues that are in your strategic plan are also important. So that will come into the picture. But as Miguel said, you keep it to see what species we're really speaking of, what other species could be harvested, because the council is also involved in sustainable fisheries and other fisheries that can be, can grow out of, the changes that are taking place in management.
Graciela, Carlos, last word.
Yeah, real quick, I mean, we can put up the screen with my slide on the water that Tony wanted to show, and I wanted to show something there also.
Yeah, well, in the meantime, they look for the image. We're gonna make a break and we address that after the break.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
¿A qué hora vuelve? Marcos, ahora, porque hay que ponerlo en el.
You're right. So, 5 minutes.
With 11. We are coming back at 11. What time?
Son las 10:38 ahora. Son las 10:38.
Kevin, did you receive the presentation from tonight?
Yeah. Yes, they're gonna come back at 10:50. 10:50. We're coming
Make
back.
sure that you got it.
Yeah, I think it is.
It's going to give you the option to explore all the possibilities. Yes.
For the people online, we're gonna restart in a few minutes. We just say. So details. Yes, with 1 or 2 minutes, we'll be back. Restart the meeting. We are waiting for 2 things pending from before the break. One was the image requested by Carlos and by Tony Blanchard. Carlos want to make a point about that, and also the motion. Carlos, which one are you gonna address first? The motion?
Yeah, the motion.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the motion. Okay.
Carlos, es más fácil olvidarte de ese language y escribir una línea para preparar el escaping document. Es más fácil, en vez de bregar con esa, poner una alternative language completa de lo que tú quieres. Entonces, si eso es preparar un scoping meeting, then the motion will be to prepare a scoping document to address the possible fishing or coastal and migratory species in the area of landmark.
Carlos, question, just for the group to understand, that motion that is in there is the one that you guys work with the support of the with the legal counselor. Do you want to keep that motion?
Yes.
That's the motion. Tony, do you agree with the motion?
I think you should include a,
Why not bother again?
Yes.
This is not what the group would like to do is to have a scoping document to prepare, and then just have the motion rewritten the way you want. And then just so we can say, well, this is applicable.
I'll read that, what's there now, right? That's a new motion, so I'll just read that.
No. You can get rid, according to Robert Rule, you are the opponent of the motion, the second, okay? If you want to substitute the language for what you want to do, this is the time to do it. Right. You can substitute a new language, these are my motion, we read it. And I believe that what Jocelyn and Maria are talking about is that if we use the system that we have, and as a start to prepare a scoping document, and remember, when we have this copy document, you will consult with the SSC, whomever you want to consult, and you also go to public hearing.
Yes, Carlos, to follow the process, Carlos, that's the motion that you worked on the break, that you want to read for the record to see if Tony accepts. Go ahead.
Right, so I'm gonna redo the language on my motion to read. Request staff to develop a scoping white paper to amend the St. Croix Fishery Management Plan to allow persons to fish for and possess certain highly migratory and pelagic species from the red hind spawning irrigation seasonally closed area of St. Croix. The proposed area is defined in the current regulation at 50 CFR 622.425A2 IIA. This area includes portions of Black Bank.
Instead of to allow the person, it's feasible to allow. Because the scoping meeting, that's what it's going to do. Now you're telling them, prepare a scoping meeting, just want to include this fishery. So I suggest that we, it's feasible to allow.
Okay,
Okay, so.
yeah, this, I got, right, it's feasible to allow, right? Okay.
Tony?
okay, Well, I would say that you should include the highly migratory species that we manage and the ones that we don't manage. You understand? In case at some point in time, those species that we are not managing becomes under us to manage.
To the point of Tony, Jocelyn, can you clarify the language and implication of the previous language read by Carlos?
Sure, so this language is really allows the council to identify which species you would want to create an exception for. So you could look at species that you don't manage right now to say it would allow fishing for them. So it would allow that. We were trying to make it broader so that we don't really know which species it would be appropriate to allow fishing for possession in this area. So this broader language allows exploring the types of managed and unmanaged species you might want to allow fishing for.
Do you agree with the language presented by Carlos?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so I would like to go back to Tony's question on water depth, so I can put my.
But we have a motion there that we have to discuss and finish the discussion. Graciela, you want to? Okay, the motion that is presented to us is request the staff to develop a scoping white paper to amend the Sun Croix Fishery Management Plan to determine if it's feasible to allow persons to fish for and possess certain highly migratory and pelagic species from the red hind spawning aggregation seasonally closed area of Sun Croix. The closed area is defined in the current regulation at 50 CFR 622.435A2II8. This area includes portions of Line Bank. That's the motion. We have a motion made by Carlos Farchete and second by Tony Blanchard. It's open for discussion, for formal discussion. Andy?
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, I'm supportive of the motion. The way I would see this as an options paper is that staff could bring back species that could be accepted or allowed for harvest, as well as look at gears or methods that may or may not be prohibited within that closed area. And then also potentially looking at the spatial extent of the area that would be authorized as well. So kind of three prongs there that should be evaluated. And then as the paper develops, could take that to the SSC and others.
Thank you. Anybody else? Any opposition? Hearing no, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. And now, Carlos, you the image.
Sure. Okay, so Blanchard wanted to see water depth to see what we're talking about so that we can get that slide up there. Okay, I don't have a laser pointer, so I'm gonna just walk up there because even if I had a laser pointer, I shake so much that you all get seasick.
You need to pick up the microphone.
Oh.
Just that one.
On? Okay, I know you can hardly see it, but this is a little red dashed line. Inside of that is the closed, seasonally closed area of Blank Bank. So, and what I asked the fisher to do is to bring this from fathoms to feet. So we're dealing with feet here. So you can see right on the end is 472 feet, 459, on the inside is 315. So when they're passing by, if they hook up, this is what I was talking about when they're fighting the fish or drifting, they might end up inside there. Not that they're fishing inside, because they don't come all the way in here to look for those species. They're always on the edge. on the edge, usually at the edge of the natural fad. So that's what I'm talking about.
Thank you, Carlos. Graciela?
Carlos, so I don't see any rugosity on the bathymetry that you're showing. Do we have we have a very better map of the area to account for the seamounts?
They are working on the edge of the drop off.
Yeah. And in the other paper, you have a very beautiful, clear picture of where we are, the whole thing.
Okay, and
I have some more.
Tony request the.
No, I was just curious to look at the image to see how shallow the water come. Because from the depth of water, I can't see them poking any hind or any bottom dwellers at that depth of water. I mean, unless you ride down and you're talking 400 something feet of water. So even if they come up another 100 feet at the bottom to span, you're talking about 300 and over 300 feet of water. So I really don't think trolling in that depth of water is going to be a problem for the species that we are managing.
I think we're getting into the discussions that are gonna be as a result of the option paper. We need to keep moving forward. We have the motion. I think we're pretty much done with this. Tony have an image, have something else on his mind to be supportive or not from this discussion in the future. And I think we can keep going up with the agenda. Do you have anything else that you need to say, Carlos? Very brief.
No, yeah, I'm good. Mr. Strotek mentioned about the gear types that would be, that'll be worked out.
Yes, the process is start. Let's keep going. Next item on the agenda. Yes, we will.
Just wanted to add something for this action. So all that information that you provided, Tony and Carlos, we noted it, and we're gonna be contacting, as we usually do for preparation of the backgrounds, contacting the fishers and trying to get as much information of what's going on in this area in preparation for this background white paper. So we can be very informed and be able to bring that information to the council so they can make an informed decision. But thank you for contributing all of that.
Thank you very much, Maria. Next presentation, quotation actions or IDFM amendments, Maria.
So while Christina puts the presentation, so this is one of the one of the actions that the council requested during the last council
Maria,
meeting.
1 second.
Yes.
Very, very quick. We just received a note that one of our past chairs for the council really passed away. And Jose de Campos. We would like to hold the meeting for the end of silence. Recognize the Campos. The Campos was a big council member for many years. Sport fisherman. Controversial at times, as he called himself. But he was always ready to contribute to the discussion of the council. He participated in local, international meetings. We would like to ask the council to have a minute of silence on his behalf. Then I would note the family that who took this action today.
Minute of silence. Maria, please proceed.
Thank you, and we're really sorry for his loss. So what we're going to be discussing right now and in the next presentation, and 2 actions that the council requested staff to work on. The first one is gonna be, it's gonna be related to trawl gear and other net gear in federal waters of Puerto Rico, St. Thomas and St. John. And this is a presentation on a draft options paper or decisions paper, as we call it as well, that you have in your briefing book documents. I tried to do this presentation as close as possible as the options paper, but feel free to refer to the options paper for any additional information. Next slide. Okay, so the issues that are addressed are considering a potential prohibition on the use of bottom trawl gear and certain net gear in the U.S. Caribbean federal waters as a precautionary approach to prevent negative impacts on the seabed. For example, and this is information that was discussed during the past council meeting, destruction of coral habitat and sponge habitat in the Caribbean, and on target and non-target species through bycatch. We all know that the use of certain bottom tending gear, such as pots, traps, bottom long line skill nets, or trammel nets, is currently prohibited year-round in the 7 council managed seasonally closed areas that, for purposes of this document, we are defining as marine managed areas. Excuse me. And these are Bajo de Seco, Abrida Sierra, Turmalin in Puerto Rico, and then in the U.S. Virgin Islands, Romantic Bank, the Mutton Snappers spawning irrigation area, the Hind Bank, and that Red Hind spawning irrigation area east of St. Croix, which includes a portion of land bank. However, there are no specific prohibitions on the use of trawl gear in these or other areas in the U.S. Caribbean Sea, with the exception of the Hind Bank MCD, because the Hind Bank MCD has a year-round prohibition on all fishing. So there's also gill nets and trammel nets. It was other of the types that were discussed, and they have been prohibited for the harvest of reef fish and spiny lobster since 2005. However, gill nets are allowed for the harvest of other species, for example, bait fish, in federal waters, but they must be tended at all times. There are no federal regulations regarding the use of gill nets or trammel nets for the harvest of council managed pelagic species, which are new to management under the island's basin FMPs. And the council has discussed in the past developing an action to restrict harvest of pelagic species with these 2 gear types. Now, also note that there are certain nets that are also regulated by NIMS in the highly migratory species fisheries that we are not dealing with in here. Next slide. So these were the 2 council motions that were passed at the December meeting. The first motion said prohibit the use of trawl gear from within the marine protected areas or the council marine managed areas, how we call it in this document, of the U.S. Caribbean exclusive economic zone. And the second motion was to request staff to develop an options paper to prohibit the use of gill nets, trammel nets, trawl nets, drift nets, and persines for harvesting fish in U.S. Caribbean EEC. Next slide. So the next slides are going to give a brief overview of what we're talking about. With respect to trawl, federal regulations at 600.10 defines trawl as a cone or funnel shaped net that is towed through the waters and can include a pair trawl that is towed simultaneously by 2 boats. NOAA Fisheries also defines bottom trawling as a fishing practice that hurts and captures the target species by towing a net along the ocean floor. And there are some examples of these types of bottom trawling, like otter trawls, beam trawls, and towed dredges that are used in, many of these are used in and managed in other U.S. regions to capture ground fish, shrimp, and other bottom associated species. Other types of trawls are called midwater trawling, which are also called pelagic trawls. And these consist of a large net towed through the water column. So trawls, for purposes of federal fisheries, is an authorized gear type for use in the non-fishing fishery management plan commercial fisheries under each one of the St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John, and Puerto Rico fishery management plans. There is no evidence that troll gear is or has been used for fishing in federal waters of the US Caribbean, except for exploratory fishing or research that was conducted many, many years ago. And again, we added this information in the sources. If you want to read a little bit more about it, all of the sources are included in the options paper. Puerto Rico territorial fishing regulations prohibit the use of troll gear and reef nets in their jurisdictional waters, but to our knowledge, the US Virgin Islands do not have specific regulations prohibiting the use of troll gear in their waters. Next slide. So the discussion about troll gears is really not new. In the 2004 Essential Fish Habitat Generic Amendment to the Fishery Management Plans of the US Caribbean and its associated final environmental impact statement, the council made a recommendation to take action to ban the use of trolls in the exclusive economic zone. At that time, the council noted that this gear type is not used by commercial fishermen, but it recognized a potential for future use. And as a rationale for the recommendation, the council indicated that the complex mosaic of coral on the insular shelf left little space available for trawling that would not have direct impacts on coral. Thus, a prohibition on trawling will prevent use of a gear with high risk of adverse fishing impacts on sensitive and important habitats of the US Caribbean. These recommendations have not been included in an amendment to date. So there was no action taken at the time. However, in that recommendation, the council also recommended that the governments of Puerto Rico and the US Virgin Islands prohibit all trawling in state waters, in the territorial waters. Now, the council is interested in a potential prohibition on the use of trolls in the council marine managed areas or seasonally closed areas, or in the exclusive economic zone of Puerto Rico, St. Thomas and St. John and St. Croix for several reasons. And these reasons were brought to the council's attention during a past presentation at the December meeting by council staff. Number one, it was noted that trolls have the potential to damage coral habitat, including deep water corals, also sponge habitat and deep water sponges that are present in the US Caribbean, that they could entangle protected species in our waters, that they could damage Caribbean habitats designated as essential fish habitat in habitat areas of particular concern for managed species under the Magnuson-Stevens Act. And there were also noted some economic considerations related to the use of trawling gear, for example, the potential for damaging or losing gear and the economic considerations for that, as well as also implications for the bycatch of managed and unmanaged species that are not protected species. Next slide. The council also mentioned in the presentation that there were interest in potential implications, if any, that continue to allow trawling for non-FMP species. When I say non-FMP species, because this is the only groups of species that this gear is listed as an authorized type in federal regulations. As an authorized type in the EEC, including council marine managed areas, may have whether the existing council marine managed areas qualifies conservation areas under Executive Order 14008. This order establishes the goal of conserving at least 30% of the lands and waters in the United States by 2030. And we have heard during previous council meetings details about what this entails. So efforts are underway to determine how much of the lands and waters already qualify as conserved. For example, the Council Coordination Committee has established a subcommittee on area-based management to review these marine managed areas to assess the level of protection they provide. The council has been interested in whether areas it has protected will or could meet any conservation standards developed to implement the EO. Next slide. Now let's briefly talk about gill nets and trammel nets, which are types of reef nets. So these are nets that hang vertically in the water column without being anchored to the bottom. They're an authorized gear type for the commercial harvest of managed and non-managed pelagic species and the commercial harvest of non-FMP species in each of the island management areas. Trammel nets, and I was talking in there about gill nets, and then trammel nets are not an authorized gear type for any U.S. Caribbean fisheries. And please note that when I refer to authorized, I'm talking about the list of authorized fisheries under federal regulations. That if you recall, we have seen this before for the buoy gear amendment, and this is included also in the regulations that are going to be part of our changes to this in terms of how the authorized fisheries are organized in terms of before it was all U.S. Caribbean and by reef fish, spiny lobster, queen conch, or coral FMP, they're going to be fisheries by each one of the islands. So for pursines, pursine is a large wall of netting deployed around an entire area of school. It's not an authorized gear type for any U.S. Caribbean fisheries. So now, why we're worrying about these two pursines and trammel nets if they're not authorized? This is because, as the same as in buoy gear before, a person could petition the council to use these gear types. And when that happens, the councils and NIMS could take action whether to allow or prohibit the use of that gear. So the council, and I added in here the regulation, and I'm gonna read it. It's on 50 CFR 600-725. A person or vessel is prohibited from engaging in fishing or employing fishing gear when such fishing gear is prohibited or restricted by regulation under an FMP or other applicable law. However, after December 1st, 1999, an individual fisherman may notify the appropriate council or the director, in the case of Atlantic highly migratory species, of the intent to use the gear or participate in a fishery not already on the list. 90 days after such notification, the individual may use the gear or participate in the fishery unless regulatory action is taken to prohibit the use of the gear or participate in the fishery, for example, through an emergency or interim regulations. And we're bringing this up because it may be of the council interest if they really want to prevent, right, that the person request the use of this gear types that are already prohibited. And maybe in the interest in the council if they desire to then address a broad prohibition. Okay, next slide. Okay, well, we were preparing this options paper. There's some characteristics of the net fishery or issues that the council may want to consider when they're discussing this. First is the use of certain nets to catch bait fish. For example, regulations show the use of cast nets and surface gill nets, which are single wall, that they have to be tended at all times. It was also brought to the council attention that the use of surface gill nets to harvest flying fish from federal waters, particularly in St. Croix. There will also be some specification of reporting and monitoring needs. There's also compatibility or lack of compatibility of regulation with territorial waters. For example, gill net use is allowed in Puerto Rico waters. What if there is any need for, will there be any need for any HMS exception that we will have to consult with our HMS partners? And we also, like we discussed this morning, the management of pelagic migratory species in other regions. For example, management of dolphin fish in the South Atlantic. Because as you know, these pelagic migratory species are transboundary and they're shared resources. So what happens in one area will have repercussions in other areas. So it's important to take into consideration other management regimes that are occurring in the area. And for the pelagic species in particular, in the next presentation and the next action, we are going to be discussing specific management measures for those pelagic species. And then other things that we want to be looking at is regulations that already protect EFH in the US Caribbean. Next slide. Okay, so the way that we set it up is as one action right now. These are just options. This doesn't mean that this is what's going to end up in the amendment. This is just so the council can provide input as to where they want to go. This gives an idea of how the action can be developed. For this action in particular, we have not created an interdisciplinary plan team yet. That will be something that will come up if the council decides to move forward with this. So there's one action, and that one action at this time will prohibit the use of troll gear, gill nets, trammel nets, and purseines in the U.S. Caribbean EEZ, just like the motion requested that was set in December 21st, requested. The option one would basically not do anything, right? This is typically we add an option one and it says what happens if, and we evaluate what happens if we don't do anything. So under this action, we retain the authorized gear types for the commercial and recreational harvest in federal waters of St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John, Puerto Rico. And I want to note something in here. The way that we set this is in general for the three islands, because that was how the council was trying to do this during the last time, because there was an interest from the three islands to do something like this. However, if any of the islands will want to take a different approach, we can certainly address that. We can divide it into different islands. So every island, as part of the island-based management plans, they can make, their own decisions. So by no means, it means that everybody has to be grouped together. I just wanted to make that clear. Okay, and then for option two, would prohibit the use of trawling gear in federal waters of St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John. And we added two sub-options in here. One sub-option will be prohibit the use of trawling only in the seasonally closed areas or marine managed areas in federal waters of St. Croix, St. Thomas, and Puerto Rico. And the other option would allow for prohibiting the use of trawling gear for all fishing. So this is more like a broad prohibition of the gear. So that's something that the council can consider if they want to do for all the waters, or do you want to just do it just for the marine managed areas. And we have set up some slides that explain what each one of the options would do. Next slide, please. So option three, the option three deals with gill nets. Prohibit the use of gill nets in federal waters of St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John, and Puerto Rico. Now in this one, we didn't do the same as in the trawl gear because, as you know, gill nets are already prohibited for use in the council seasonally managed areas, right? So there's no need to include that in here. However, we have two options. One that would prohibit the use of gill nets for all fishing, and then we added another sub-options that will be for all fishing except for bait fish, right? So that this option would allow for fishers to use a certain type of gill net to fish for bait fish. Now, I want to bring up in here that the council will need to define what bait fish is, and it will have to define also which one is what is the characteristics of this gear that difference it from the gill net that will be excluded from using in this area. So that's something that the council will have to make decisions on. The option 4 deals with the prohibition of trammel nets for all fishing in federal waters, and option 5 prohibit the use of purseines. So those two are the ones that mentioned before, that they're really not authorized for any of the fisheries right now, but it could be in the council's interest if they want to just do a broad prohibition for all using, so that there's no that there's some petitions to use the gear in the future. Okay, so let's go to the next slide, please. All right, so this is just what it would do. Option 1, if you don't do anything, this is what happens. So right now, trawl gear is an authorized gear for the commercial non-FNP species. So these are other species that the council doesn't manage that could be harvested, that the fishermen will normally harvest. We understand that these are not used and it's banned in Puerto Rico water. So these are notes. For gill nets are an authorized gear in the commercial pelagic fishery species, commercial non-FNP species, and commercial non-FNP pelagic species. They're not allowed for reef fish, spiny lobster, or in marine managed areas by the council. They are allowed in Puerto Rico waters, and they're not allowed in USVI waters. However, there are specific gill nets that are allowed in USVI for bait fish. And then travel nets not authorized, however, they're also not allowed for reef fish, for spiny lobster, or to use in the MMA. And then persings are not authorized, in our understanding is that they are not used. So I am not mentioning here cast nets. I don't think cast nets was something that the council mentioned during the last time. I don't know if there is a need to include anything for cast nets. I believe these are more coastal. Okay. So next slide, please. So this is what option 2 would entail. If you prohibit the trawling gear, this will be a broad prohibition on the use of all trawl gear for harvest of all commercial and recreational species, managed and non-managed, which would be either applicable only to council-managed marine areas or throughout the EECs of Puerto Rico, St. Croix, St. Thomas. So that was the choice of options. By taking this action, the council would prevent negative potential ecological and biological and physical effects from the use of trawl gear in the future. For example, we mentioned habitat destruction and bycatch either in council MMAs only or throughout the whole EEC. Next. Okay, and then with respect to the use of gill nets, a broad prohibition on the use of gill nets for fishing for all commercial and recreational species, managed and unmanaged, that will be sub-option A, or for all fishing with the exception of for the use of gill nets for the harvest of bait fish. And as I mentioned earlier, would require the council to clearly define what is a bait fish and specify the type of gill net used, as well as if the exception would apply to both sectors, commercial or recreational, or if it would be different. Our understanding is that in federal waters, there's minimal use of gill nets for pelagics and for non-FMP species. And some of the reasons cited was the depth, the distance from the coast, and the preference for using other gear. By taking this action, the council also prevent negative ecological and biological effects from the use of gill nets, for example, preventing the bycatch of undersized individuals, protected species, and other target and non-target species. And although the use of certain types of gill nets used for catching bait fish commercially and recreational will allow fishermen to continue using this specific bait nets in federal water. So that will be what sub-option 3B would provide. Okay, and then the next slide. Now the last ones are option 4 and option 5. Option 4, prohibit the use of trammel nets for all fishing in the EECs of the 3 islands. They're already prohibited for fishing for council managed reef fish and spiny lobster, and are also banned in council MMAs. And option 5 would prohibit the use of persings. Persings are really not used in federal and territorial waters, and they are not listed as an authorized gear types under any US Caribbean fish. So, as I mentioned earlier, option 4 and option 5 were specifically prohibited the use of this gear. Therefore, it would not be possible for a fisherman to request the use of this gear as would otherwise be allowed under federal regulations for gears that are not included in the NIMS authorized gear list. Okay, so this is almost close to the end. The next slide. So these are the next steps. Council to decide if they want to move forward with the action. If yes, indicate if any changes are needed to the scope of the actions or the alternative, so staff can go and prepare a document. Identify any information requirements and sources, and the creation of a task staff with the creation of an IPT for development of an amendment. So we could move forward with this action right away if that's what the council desires. Now, before we do that, let's go to the next couple of slides. The next one, please. Because we want to discuss, start a conversation about the bait nets. So that's important. Sorry for the amount of text that is included in here, but I'll try to summarize it. So in the US Virgin Islands, the only type of gill net allowed are single-walled surface gill nets that are targeting bait fish. And this is from the regulations. The nets may not be more than 1,800 feet in length as measured by the float line and may not be used within 20 feet of the bottom. The mesh size may not be smaller than 0.75 inch square or 1.5 inch stretch. Only one bait net is permitted per boat, and all other prohibited nets may not be possessed on board vessels in territorial waters. There's a specific species that can be caught with the bait fish: ballyhoo gar, flying fish, brown jack, and big ice cat. And based on conversations, there are approximate number of fishers that use this nets. It could be very minimal. So in Puerto Rico, this fishery, the bait net fishery uses bottom and surface gill nets, trasmayo or pilete, and trammel nets, mallorquín, consisted of a trammel with 3 net plugs tied to a line of buoys. The gill nets or trammel nets cannot have mesh size greater than 6 inches as measured from knot to knot of extension. For trammel nets, the outer cloth may not have a mesh larger than 6 inches from knot to knot. Additionally, trammel nets used for bait fishing may not be more than 1/4 inch from knot to knot opening. Now, the regulations in Puerto Rico, and I know this is, this is only there's the summary of territorial waters, and this is just for context, so we know what's going on in the territories. The regulations permit the use of gill nets and trammel nets except in inner water and river mouth. Additionally, it prohibits the use of gill nets and trammel nets in conjunction with diving equipment, except by written authorization from the Secretary for the capture of flying fish. So let's go to the next slide, and this is a slide. This is a picture that Carlos provided showing. Do you have it? Can you come in? Okay, thank you. So this is a bait net that that is used in the U.S. Virgin Islands, and I apologize, but for some reason our fisher was caught out, not on purpose. Carlos, the name of the fisher that provided?
Yes, Jose Alberto Sanchez.
Thank you, Carlos. Thank you to Jose Alberto Sanchez for showing us the type of bait net that they use. Okay, so with that said, I think if you guys have any questions or discussion, be happy to assist.
Yeah.
Right, not the time, Maria, but Nelson Crespo brought to our attention. This is the time. The Nelson Crespo brought to our attention that there is a new way of capturing deep water snappers and groupers. And some people are using deep water fish trap. So I don't know if the council want to discuss this at the time or this mention, but I would like the chair to allow Nelson Crespo to briefly tell us what's going on and what is the worry that the fisher has with this new gear.
Thank you, Miguel. That's about 2 months ago that a group of fishermen from the northeast side of Puerto Rico bring the concern about fishing for queen snapper with traps is being developed. Also, the plans for those fishermen is to cover the around all the island around. And I think this is an issue that has to be addressed and studied because it could cause damage not only to the fishery, but also to the habitat, because they have to use huge traps that is, if you compare with a piece of weight that we use for the vertical line, the lines for the deep water snapper, that when that hit the bottom, they're going to kill everything, corals, habitats, whatever, and can also kill the fishery like this. Right now we have a healthy fishery, a queen snapper fishery, very healthy. And I'm pretty sure that we caught double or triple that was reported right now. But if these actions continue and we don't take attention and try to regulate or do something about it, this fishery is gonna, the days have counted for this fishery and going to end, in a few years.
Just a follow-up, Nelson. Just to put in context for the whole council to understand, on the past, we did have some capture of silk snapper blackfin and other snappers with traps that happened before. But what you're reporting is the use of the trap to fish for queen snapper.
Queens,
Correct?
yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure for everybody to be on the same page.
Yeah, in the past, and I see this still going, but in a little,
Small scale?
in later stage, the use of traps for, snapper unit 1. That I don't agree at all, but, we can handle that. But for the queens, that due to the hard currents we have, lost one trap of queens can be like this because you are not going to find them for the hard current that we have in the bottom. So if we lose one trap, how many pounds of queen snapper are we going to lose? And how many fishes are going to be killed until this trap is going to be, destroyed? Thousands of pounds. That is, for me, it's something that we have to put real attention, at least investigate or try to make some study about it.
I'm going to rely on you to give more, if you can have pictures or on the future to us or more information for us to know a little more about it. Miguel?
No, just a matter of procedure after that. For the council to take this question, what would be the best appropriate way to do it? This time with the document prepared, or that would require a different document?
But that depends, Ms. Maria, no fisheries, that depends of if you would like us to explore something like that within this action per se, or do you want to do it through a different action?
That's my point, because by the way, thank you very much for excellent work. People are way out there. I believe that these actions that you present today are ahead of whatever possible action we would do with traps. And at this time, probably we need to gather more information before we proceed. So my suggestion to the council is to be mindful that this is happening. And after this meeting, I will talk to Crespo and see what other information we can get for the meeting in August. But also, but the council should take action on this part, because we have been discussing that with Germany and everything. Can you put back the slide where you have the next steps?
And Miguel, if I may add to that, so this is obviously a developing situation that Nelson is bringing up to the council's attention. So I would think that the next step would be to investigate more and bring more background information. I mean, traps are obviously not allowed in the marine managed areas. So if they are being used for whatever in marine managed areas, then that is unlawful. So the other thing is that we do not have a distinction within reef fish as to what constitute deep water reef fish at this point. And we're calling them reef fish. So I would think that one of the things that we would have to do, not just for this in the near future, if the council wants, is to make distinctions between different groups and see if we can, that's also part of the right of the gear amendment that we want to do, is to see what types of gears are used for what, and then start kind of like tackling that in that way. So again, it's a developing action. My suggestion, right, would be if you want to include it in here, then that's fine, and we'll go back and we'll start looking into this. That doesn't mean that will constitute like an options for this, because obviously it's a developing situation. Or we can always move forward with this if that's what the council desire, and then the council can task out to look into this situation, because obviously there's many angles that have to be looked at, because traps are an allowed gear to be used in federal waters. However, if there are concerns about the impact on the habitat and in the impact to the fishery, but that's something that we would need to, of course, evaluate.
Thank you, Maria. Tony?
I agree with Miguel. I think we need to move forward on these trials and the say nets. Put a ban to it. The only thing I see here that I would say that we probably should not put a ban on is the nets that are used for bait fish, like the flying fish and so on in federal waters. But as for the trials, in my opinion, it is more of a destructive thing than anything else. And we are talking about allowing them in federal waters. The Virgin Islands, and I'm speaking on Virgin Islands, so we only got 3.5 miles of territorial waters. We already have a very small area in which we are allowed to fish in. Why is it that we would want to allow this guy inside there is my question. Is more of a destructive thing to me than it will destroy more than benefit, in my opinion, because of the bycatch issues, the damaging of the reef and so on and so forth. And who is going to manage in the event that we say, well, you know what, we got to allow it a certain depth of water off of the bottom. Who is going to manage that? How are you going to know that that's actually what's happening? So I think to the end of the day, it's not used already. Why would we allow it to be used now when we come in with more management plans and strategies? I think we need to shut the door now. I think the only thing that we should be looked at is the seines that are used for catching bait fish. And that's just my take on it. I don't see why we would allow a problem to arise when we have it right now under control to a certain degree, because nobody is using it again at this point in time. So why open the door? Why bring attention to it? That's my question. So I say right now I would move to ban the nets in federal waters, ban the use of the nets, except for the nets for bait fish.
Yes, and just a follow-up on you is that the need of defining well what the net to prevent fishing, if we don't do a good definition, you can easily lay down those gill nets alongside to the weed patches and catch many species of fish that are recruiting there, like amberjack, almacojack, small mahis, and so on, and others. And we need to do carefully. And I want to move forward because the lunch is coming, and this is a very important thing. Maria, I have many comments here that is aligned again with what you are just stated, and the work that you did is perfect. I was just going to concentrate on comments that add to your logic, is that we have been observing the movement of some species to the deeper water on the trawling situation, impacting deeper water areas where there is the EEZ mostly on. We're gonna have an extra effect by having species that are, or the past was shallower, that now are moving deeper. I'm gonna give you an example. I just talked to Tommy Forte, and on the landings from the deeper water for silk, blackfin, and so on, they are having 50-50 almost landing of red hine and other shallow water species that otherwise was not there. And this is something that I observe on my charter too. And I just want to add to this logistics, right, on this rationale that we're developing, that there is a indication, feedback from the industry where we're having more species going to the deeper water, where we want to protect with to prevent the trawling to happen, not to damage those habitats where those fish are moving to, or expanding the range where they have been, if you compare to the past. And about the cast net is something that we shouldn't include because the charters and the commercial fishermen and everything, they have it on the boat, we're gonna create more problem than anything. And even if you want to really impact the resource with the cast net, gonna be really hard to do it. I don't see any problem of not excluding the cast net from this discussion. And those are the 2 points I wanted to make. Yes. Miguel and Tony.
It's a matter of the process. The slide that you have on the screen is asking for the council direction. For example, I believe that we all agree to move forward. And if yes, then we need to address A, B, and C. In this case, Maria, what do you really need here? Motion that the council accept the process to move forward? And then when do you think that A, B, and C should be addressed? This time or another meeting or the future?
Well, I think, so based on from what I heard, I feel like you are comfortable with the options that we included in the draft paper. There's no interest on separating them by island. We can just keep it simple. And then, so I would think that the identification of information requirement sources, I think this is important in terms of for the bait net fisheries. So we will have to do some background information. We will take care of that and contact the fishers. And Carlos, Tony, if you are able to provide that information to us so we can characterize the bait fishery as well as possible. And then for the next council meeting, we can bring some specifics about what would be those exceptions, because that's very, very important, as Margaret said, so we didn't end up not messing it up. So, and then I would say that a motion perhaps to move forward with an amendment, so we can, you can task staff to prepare an amendment to the island-based FMPs, to each one of the FMPs, that would include the options presented in the options paper today.
Can you help with the language, suggest a language on the screen for any of the council member to analyze, maybe to move the process quicker? Jan?
So I just had a quick question. Do we have to define bait fish if we focused on the size limitation of the nets like they do in the PL? That's just a.
Did you have bait fish defined in the regulations too, or no?
So I know that, I don't know that we have, because we have the different classes of bait fish, but I saw that in the recommendations or in the different options, we talked about if you did this option, you'd have to define what bait fish is and do, I believe you said, specific requirements. And so I was just curious as to whether or not if we limit this actual size of the net and focus on the gear type, then like, let's say we said, 1 inch with maximum 1 inch with like 1.5 inch stretch or something like that. If you then would have to define what bait fish is, because it just looks like if you have to define bait fish, then you're going through with a whole number process.
Yes, to the point, I think it is important because to prevent problems in the future, there is bait fish that are valuable, recognized and valuable for the industry that create a socioeconomic positive or need for it. And in order to explore and do this now, will prevent a fishery for other things that we unintentionally I'm not thinking about, right? You just close the door on 2 ways, by the gear and by the list of species that are allowed to be kept on the boat during the fishery. I think that's responsible from our part, even though it's harder to do it at this point. Just a comment. Tony?
And I agree with Marcos. I think we do need to specify what is bait fish. Because what may not be bait fish to you is bait fish to me. So to the end of the day, I understand trying the route of going with a mesh size, but that still does not take care of the species that you're looking for as bait fish. In other words, I could say, well, listen, bait fish to me is a hard-nosed bait. To another guy, no, that I don't want her for bait. I want a scrap. I want balaboo. So I think by specifying exactly what you're looking for, you're going to have a better grasp on what it's considered bait fish. And bait fish could even be a type of fish a certain size. You talk to guys that fish mahi, they may use a small mahi to catch a big mahi or yellowfin tuna, that's bait fish. You ask them that's bait fish. To me, I'll take it home and eat it while selling. So it all depends on who you're asking and the questions that you're asking, you're gonna get the answer from. So I say by specifying what a bait fish is, whether it be a type of fish or a type of fish at a certain size, I think that's the road that we need to go along with the type of nets that we use.
Yeah, good points being made here, and I think this is where the interdisciplinary planning team can help us in terms of clearly defining intent and ensuring, obviously, that the regulations are consistent with what we're trying to prohibit or, for that matter, authorize with regard to bait fishing. I noted, for example, with the bait net regulations, there was a minimum or mesh size that was being specified. Well, if there's no maximum, that opens the door for a lot of different net years potentially to be considered for harvesting bait fish, which might be problematic, right? So how we define bait fish or how we define the year type is important. A couple things of note. I know Miguel made the comments about what Nelson had mentioned with the trap gear. I certainly would encourage the council to include that as early in the process as possible. We can always decide that that's not something we want to move forward with. And so if staff could consider that now and bring back information in August as part of this action, I think that's helpful. And if we decide not to proceed, then we decide not to proceed at that stage based on the information. But the rationale I'm hearing in terms of impacts to habitat, ghost fishing is very consistent with reasons why we would be considering prohibitions on other gear in this action. So the purpose and need seems to be very consistent with why we want to consider limitations on trap gear. The other comment I'll make, which relates to kind of additional information, I think it would be helpful when we meet again in August to talk about the socioeconomic consequences of allowing or prohibiting these gear types, right? So right now we're being precautionary. We're wanting to avoid habitat disruption. We're wanting to avoid bycatch. Some of those gears don't impact necessarily habitat, don't necessarily have a lot of bycatch, but there's potential socioeconomic consequences if it allows for fisheries to catch a lot of fish at once and create market gluts or run into closures of annual catch limits because harvest is ramped up because those gears are now being more prominently used. So I think more discussion of that would be helpful as well in terms of our rationale.
Yes, on the same lines about the socioeconomic impact, once we analyze or that we really express our concerns about habitat destruction and the things that Maria put it out there, for sure on artisanal fishery small scale, once you allow gears like a trolling to be in place that is very costly, it is more a bigger scale thing, for sure gonna be a big disruption on the whole socioeconomic dynamic of the Caribbean. That's from my point and from what I heard from the council is not compatible to what we do over here. And we want to prevent this style of fishery that have an impact of reaching the ACL very, very quick or damaging the resource that support multiple species for multiple artisanal fishery sources. And that's the reason in terms of socioeconomic, we want to prevent, be very precautionary to prevent the way we do fishery in the Caribbean. There is compatible to the mosaic of habitats that we fish with multiple years and so on that you guys already know. I don't, did I address well your points? Yes? Okay, and I make a list, gonna be some of them repetitive, but in order to create the record that you request, and on terms of a trolling precautionary approach to protect shallow and deeper water reefs and sensitive benthic habitats that are essential for many important species and its different life stages. Example, deep water snapper, groupers, lobster, and many others that are essential in our fishery the way it's conducted nowadays. Also in support to the EBFM approach that we so hard at working, I think it's important to not to allow for the trawl gear to be used on our area. Note that this gear is not part of the traditional fishery and have socioeconomic impact, no socioeconomic impact importance for us. This, if you pursue the prohibition of this, the trawl gear, help to protect the habitat, prevent overfishing of bait fish and other forage species that support our environment and the fishery. We don't want a herring fishery or a sardine fishery here, cutting the legs of the fishermen of going out or having access to the bait fisheries, the cast net. That all we will do is increase the price of the bait and create a big problem on the ecosystem. Change artisanal, it will change the traditional artisanal fishery landscape that happened for many years in the Caribbean. And I already brought the point that the species moving deeper is a big concern, that all that, either because they are spreading more around, because we're doing a great job on management, or because of climate change, they are moving down. We really don't know what is going on, but it is going on. We don't want the trawling to be something to mess up those environments. And that's it. The other comments I did before about the cast net and so on. Miguel, and I would like to also, after Miguel, to see the motion, the suggested motion language. Go, Miguel.
No, what we were thinking, we are close to 12 o'clock, actually, it's 12 o'clock. So consulting with Maria, probably it's best to start at 1 o'clock with the motion, so you will be able to have a clear picture of what it should be. I suggest you break the motion down, so.
Agree, Maria? Yes.
I agree. One of the things that we can consider, the council can consider if they want to include an action that will evaluate the traps at this time. So that's something that we can definitely talk about when we come back from lunch.
Okay, what I hear is that we want to move forward and do another process with the trap. Yeah, it maybe can include, but what I hear from the council, all the council members, is that we want to make sure that we don't get stuck restarting with the trap, but we're gonna discuss that after lunch. Thank you.
Okay, that's great.
We are back sharp at 1 o'clock here. Thank you for the virtual attendees and for everybody. I'll see you guys back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Yeah.
Kevin, I'm out of juice.
It goes from 600 to 1200 right there. Right there.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let's restart the meeting. It's 1:11. And we are all back in the room here, ready to go. And we have the motion will be presented by Maria del Mar, a suggested language. And to see if Carlos take over from there and to expedite the process. Go ahead, Maria.
Okay. So the motion would be to request staff to move forward with the preparation of an amendment to each of the island-based FMPs to address trawl and netgear as discussed in the options paper presented at the April 2022 CFMC meeting.
Any second?
Second.
Discussion? I hear no discussion. Any opposition? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. There is one absent member, which is Puerto Rico DNR representative. One absent, which is the Puerto Rico representative from the DNR. And we have Jean-Pierre that is also absent. We have the quorum, and he probably is on the meeting outside. Vanessa is connected virtually.
Was she able to vote? Cristina, Vanessa votó.
Ella está como Zoom user ahí. Zoom user es Vanessa.
Que sí votó.
Votó no todavía. Yo le escribo ahora.
Motion carries. And what is the next step now, Maria?
I can't vote yet, it says in the.
No. No, you don't need to, the motion already carries, so we can go to the next thing.
Vanessa dijo yes. Vanessa yes.
Oh, that's the other person. From the DNR. The person from the DNR cannot vote.
Okay. The record is clear. Thank you. Go ahead, Maria.
Yes, the next presentation would be by Sarah Stevenson from the Caribbean branch. And Sarah, she's going to be talking about pelagic species.
Yeah, before Sarah presents, so I did want to go back to the discussion we were having about the trap fishery and find out council intent. Sounds like obviously more information is needed. And do we want to at least give staff direction to not necessarily develop a white paper, maybe bring a presentation, more information back to us at a future council meeting with regard to the trap fishery?
I think it's a good idea. Go ahead, Danny.
I think the first step we need to take is to find out how much you guys are actually doing this. And an idea as to how much traps are involved in it. That way I think, is a beginning point to figuring out how it's going to get you with.
Yes, and also to find out, this is an assignment for Nelson and for the rest of the council member, the description of the trap, how deep they fish, if it's state or federal waters. And maybe you guys can help me out, information that is pertinent for us to discuss this in the future, but this is what I can come up with right now. This is what we would like to see as a presentation from your office, Maria. Trying to find out, to populate all this information to present on the next council meeting.
That's correct. We can work with council staff to put together a presentation, collecting information from various sources, including the officials and council members that have brought this to the council's attention. And then what we have available for August, that will definitely help to start a conversation on this. We don't need, I don't think we need a motion for that. It's just task staff to do that.
Yes.
Noted.
Thank you. Carlos?
So that would be only for the deep water trap facility, right?
Yes, Carlos, thank you for the clarification. Anything else, Maria, on the same lines, or we can keep going? Next item on the agenda. It's ecosystem-based fishery. Let me see here. The pelagic species management white paper. And Sarah.
Hi, yes, good afternoon. Thank you. I'll be walking through the white paper that was developed for this meeting, which outlines management measures the council could consider developing for pelagic species that are new to federal management. Next, please. The island-based FMPs were approved by the Secretary of Commerce in September of 2020. As we heard earlier, the proposed rule to implement the FMPs, which contains all the regulations now organized by platform. Oh, did it go away? So slide 2, please. Okay, thank you. So yes, the island-based FMPs were approved in September. No, it's scrolling again.
Sarah, give us a moment. We're trying to figure out what's going on with the slides.
The one previous to it.
Do you have the PowerPoint? No, we don't have a PowerPoint version. No.
Apologies for the technical difficulties, but it's moving by itself, so we're trying to get it.
It's like in an out of
The Sierra is on the side of Sarah or is here? It's here. For the virtual attendees, just please be patient. We are fixing the problem, some technical problem here with the virtual presentation. Thank you.
Todavía no me ha llegado. No, todavía. Honestamente, no.
María, ¿no tiene la presentación de ella?
No, ¿qué tal la voy a mandar ahora? Dame one minute.
Okay, so we're going to try a new technique. So we'll go ahead. Slide number 2, please. Sarah, you there?
Yes, do you still want me to send you the PowerPoint?
Let's try slide number 2. And we're going to do a play and pause, play and pause. So that one or the next one?
Hold on. So yes, this slide number 2. Thank you. The National Marine Fisheries Service has prepared a proposed rule to implement, as we heard earlier, and that contains all the regulations now organized by island platform, and that has cleared the Southeast Regional Office and is in the review process at headquarters. The island-based FMPs include pelagic species that are new to federal fisheries management. Each FMP established annual catch limits and established accountability measures for the pelagic stocks. As part of the accountability measures, an annual catch target was set at 90% of the annual catch limit, and the annual catch target serves as the accountability measure trigger. In other words, the value that the annual landings will be compared to. Next slide, please. Here's a list of the pelagic species managed under each FMP. For Puerto Rico, dolphin and pompano dolphin are managed in a stock complex together. Little tuni and blackfin tuna are together in a complex, and king mackerel and cirro mackerel are together in a complex. All the other species listed here are managed as individual stocks. Next, please. At the December 2021 council meeting, some pelagic species that are new to management under the FMPs were discussed by constituents and council members. The Puerto Rico District Advisory Panel Chair presented a summary from their October 2021 meeting in which they discussed compatible state and federal regulations. The Puerto Rico DAP recommended that the council consider establishing size limits and bag limits for recreational fishing in federal waters similar to the regulations in place in Puerto Rico state waters, which are seen summarized here in this table. Following a presentation from the Beyond Our Shores Foundation Director on the Dolphin Fish Research Program, council members discussed concerns about the potential for overharvesting juvenile dolphin fish in the region due to fishing that occurs during the influx of sargassum mats. Next slide, please. The chair of the St. Thomas and St. John DAP commented that the St. Thomas and St. John Fishery Advisory Committee, which is a USVI territorial committee, previously recommended size limits and bag limits for dolphin and wahoo for recreational fishing, and that the Fishery Advisory Committee planned to propose those limits for consideration from both state and federal managers. It was also noted during the December meeting that the St. Croix FAC had similar discussions at their previous meetings for recommending dolphin and wahoo size limits. Currently, there are no commercial or recreational size limits, commercial trip limits, or recreational bag limits set for dolphin or wahoo in USVI state or federal waters. Next slide, please. Following these discussions at the December meeting, the council directed staff to develop a white paper for size limits for dolphin, wahoo, and mackerels, and recreational bag limits for dolphin and wahoo. And just to note, king and cirro mackerel are only managed in U.S. Caribbean federal waters under the Puerto Rico Fishery Management Plan. Staff developed a white paper, which is included in the council's briefing book for this meeting. Along with this background information, the white paper includes a brief history of management for dolphin, wahoo, and king mackerel in the Southeast region. The paper summarizes the management measures established and the rationale for those measures for these species as managed by the South Atlantic Fishery Management Council and the Gulf of Mexico Fishery Management Council. Next, please. The white paper also includes a high-level description of the U.S. Caribbean fisheries for the pelagic species managed under each FMP, including a snapshot of landings information. These plots show the annual recreational landings and commercial landings for the Puerto Rico pelagic species for years 2000 through 2017. The recreational landings are represented by the black bars and the commercial landings are the gray bars. And you can see that for dolphin, wahoo, great barracuda, and triple tail, which are the 4 plots on the left side of the slide, the majority of the pounds landed during the time period are from the recreational fishing sector. Next slide, please. Recreational landings data were not collected for the USVI, so the landings presented in the document for dolphin and wahoo, for St. Thomas, St. John, and for St. Croix are only commercially reported landings. Even though recreational landings have not been available in Puerto Rico since 2017 or at all for the USVI, the white paper includes information on commercial, recreational, and tournament fishing for the pelagic species. Next slide, please. At this meeting, the council could determine which management measures to develop, such as commercial or recreational size limits, commercial trip limits, or recreational bag limits, and for which species. Additionally, the council could revise the accountability measure provision included in each FMP for the pelagic stocks and stock complexes to include size limits, bag limits, or trip limits as the responsive action that the council and NIMS could take when the accountability measure has been triggered. In other words, when landings exceed the annual catch target. For example, if the landings for dolphin exceed the annual catch target, the council and NIMS could implement a commercial trip limit instead of a management action like shortening the fishing season for dolphin. Following this meeting, staff could begin work on an option paper for the desired management options. Next, please. Establishing minimum size limits for the pelagic species would allow the council to restrict the harvest of fish below a certain size, reducing the amount of fish that could be harvested before they've had a chance to reproduce. The size limit options could be recommended based on available life history information, such as size at first maturity, and landings and length data where those are available. For this management measure, the council could consider establishing a minimum size limit for the commercial sector, establishing a minimum size limit for the recreational sector, and whether or not to specify the same recreational size limit in federal waters off Puerto Rico that apply in state waters for king mackerel, which was 20 inches fork length, or for cirro mackerel, which is 16 inches fork length. Next, please. Establishing recreational bag limits or commercial trip limits for the pelagic species would allow the council to limit the amount of fish removed from the fishery and reduce the harvest of smaller fish, especially for species that occur in large schools. commercial trip limits could limit catch if highly efficient gear are employed in the fishery, and both commercial trip limits and recreational bag limits could assist in preventing localized depletion. For this management measure, the council could consider establishing a trip limit for the commercial sector, establishing a bag limit for the recreational sector, and whether or not to specify the same recreational bag limit in federal waters off Puerto Rico that apply in state waters, which for dolphin is 10 per person per day or 30 per vessel per day. And for wahoo, king mackerel, and zero mackerel combined, 5 of each species per fisher per day or 10 animals per vessel per day. Next. To try to assist the council in this selection process, the white paper includes a selection matrix for both the size limit and the quota limit management measures. This is the selection matrix for considering minimum size limit for the pelagic species under each FMP, and the asterisks on the species name represent the species that have regulations specified in Puerto Rico state waters. So for each FMP, the council would select either yes or no for each species, whether they wanted to develop a minimum size limit and for which fishing sector, and then provide just a brief rationale where a size limit was desired. Next. And this is the selection matrix for considering commercial trip limits and recreational bag limits for the pelagic species. Again, the asterisks are the species that have regulations specified in Puerto Rico state waters. And next before we start the discussion on which management measures you might like to discuss, are there any questions?
I don't see, yes. Thank you for that. So Stephanie, I just was curious, for the USVI, if you were aware that, so shortly after the December recreational limits for a 60-day public notice. I didn't see them sort of referenced in the presentation, so I was just curious as to whether or not you were aware.
No, I wasn't. And so I can include that. If we move forward, I can update that information and include that.
Okay, because I do have what the VI, so we closed our public notice period in February. I think it was February 21st or 22nd. So I do have the regulations that are now in the process of being signed. And I have what those specific numbers are. They're actually similar to the numbers that we were talking about here in terms of 10 persons, 10 individuals per person, or not to exceed this amount per vessel. So I'll share that to you.
Just for the record and for us to be informed, can you state it?
Sure.
What those are? Because in a way that if it's similar to Puerto Rico and we can start to look for some logic on something that is compatible, if it's biological, justifiable.
And I know that our goal is to actually have these numbers to be on the compatibility side. So the new proposed regulation states that there is a combined recreational bag limit of no more than 10 dolphin fish or wild
somebody who has like a month.
Me dejan saber.
Pregunta si nos están oyendo.
For the people online, can you hear us?
Hi, this is Sarah. I can hear you again.
Thank you very much, Sarah.
And I can hear also.
Thank you.
Alida.
And we have Tony.
Okay, where to start? Well, I will start at the beginning. We, right now in the process of coming up with some numbers in order to manage the dolphin and the wahoo. Now, like Miguel stated this morning, we're working with Wicker Sea to come across the Caribbean with one management plan by the sound of it that we all could buy into. So we start there. I think that's the first step we need to start when we start talking about size limits and bag limits. The other thing is, which this is something we also need to look at. The St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix, the regulations that are running the Dolphin and Wahoo are all off of commercial landings. Now, I'm willing to bet you that the recreational guys probably outnumber the commercial guys in this fishery, maybe 10 to 1, if not more. Yet we don't have those numbers on the books. So really the only one we're regulating here is the commercial guy, which I don't think this is the way we need to manage. You know, before this all started years ago, this discussion first started with Roy, sitting on in the same chair. And me and Roy bought heads because I told Roy, I understand how the ACL process works. And once you catch, and it's a species that is being managed, you also have to come with accountability and numbers to back it up. I said, Roy, we only got the commercial landings. And the only thing you will really be managing half of is commercial landings. Is that fair to the fishery, basically, we're telling, which I don't think so. When the former director was there, we started on a program of collecting data for the rest. We had asked the council, or the council was asked basically to give us a time period, about Virgin Islands a time period, to come up with some numbers that will reflect the fishery. For whatever reason, the information stopped coming in. So right now we're back to square one. We're trying to manage a fishery off of commercial landings alone, which I think is shooting yourself in the foot. And we are forced to, because we are mandated by law, to come up with something that will not work, in my opinion. So to the end of the day, the question is this: are we really managing this fishery correctly? And in my opinion, no. So I go do, since I bowl at what I do, I go ask for exactly what I want. I would like to see that we give the Virgin Islands, especially, 5 years to come up with that recreational data and commercial data, and the Wahoo and Dolphin specifically, because of the numbers that we have that will not really reflect the fishery that we are dealing with. So that when we come up with an ACL, and when I say we, I mean the council, because I will not be here, that it would give a good reflection of what we are managing, instead of just managing or saying that we're managing something which we really be managing. The other thing we need to look at is, if we are coming on a pan-Caribbean level to manage these fish, maybe we need to see what the other countries have out there that is working for them so far, or that they are looking at, before we come to the table with something completely off chart to try and make it work and have everybody else try bend to us. The other thing is, I was listening at the recreational numbers, because I didn't have a chance to look at that information, what the commissioner put on to look at for the bag limits and the size limits for the Dolphin and Wahoo. And when he mentioned 32 Wahoo per boat, okay, that's what he had said, right? For recreational. Now, I don't know if people's idea of recreation and my idea of recreation is two different things. But in my opinion of recreation is you're going out there because it's like a hobby to you. You enjoy the sport or the game. If you catch, you catch. If you don't catch, you don't catch. I think for a boat to bring in 32 Wahoo, because they have the ability to, because of fish biting, I don't think that's recreational. Because if you look at the recreational vessels, you got guys that are running a boat that probably costs $200,000-$300,000, and they got probably 4 big engines on the back of it, and their sole thing to do is basically have fun. So do you need to have fun with 32 Dolphin and Wahoo, or 32 Wahoo, whatever it is? So we need to first of all, in my opinion, we need to figure out what recreational is. Because if we managing a fishery and we want such strict restrictions and the commercial guy this is all he do to make money. And this is what his sole livelihood is. And then you having a guy that he got any kind of money that he could blow because this is just what he do. I mean, is that really fair across the board? And if you look at it, the recreational guys outnumber the commercial net guys, especially in Florida. You would probably have an idea of what I'm saying. How much do they outweigh the commercial guys? So to the end of the day, who's really impacting this fishery? Is it the commercial guys or is it the recreational guys? If you have to put the numbers together, who is the guys that dipping into this deepest? And what I'm saying is not that they shouldn't be able to take home fish. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is just like you have a day season in the States, because you have the ability to shoot 5 days for the day, is that allowed? No, it's not. They give you a tag and they tell you, well, listen, you got this amount for the season. You catch, you shoot them or you don't shoot them, then no, that's a new. And I think we need to have the same mindset to a certain degree when we manage fisheries, and we need to realize that certain guys just do this because this is their job, and other guys do this because this is how we have fun. And as for the head boats, they take out guys and charter, right? Before they leave the dock, they're paying. Before I leave the dock, I gotta make a certain amount of money to cover my expenses before I come back to the end of the day. These guys don't gotta cover. And then some of them bring that same fish back to the dock, offload it and sell it for a cheaper price on the black market. So the point I'm trying to make here is, I want to ask for at least 5 years to give the Virgin Islands an opportunity to come to the table. Yes, I asked for this before, it was 3 years. And that program stopped for whatever reason, the data started coming in. To get an opportunity to step up now and say, well, listen, we'll get serious, we gotta get this data together, to actually get some numbers that reflect what we're doing. Instead of just saying we'll come with some numbers, because we got to come up with some numbers. And try to work with Wake Sea as to what they are looking at the regulations. And I ain't saying that we agree with exactly what they say, but I think if we come in on a pan-Caribbean level, we need to all be able to work with each other and come to some kind of middle ground where we could all work. So that's basically what I'm trying to bring across the table here. And I think to me that's a sensible thing to do, but you know, I'm probably not the most sensible guy on the table.
Tony, I think I recognize your position because we have a very long history in Puerto Rico. I want to look to Nelson about this discussion. And we traveled through those weeks a long time ago. I recognize that it's different Puerto Rico than SBI in some senses, but on this issue is not too different. This is a complicated thing to address. I'm just going to give it some examples. For the recreational industry, when you make tournaments, then there is an implication about the amount of fish that you allow them to keep in terms of the rules and the functionality and how attractive the tournaments will be. That's number one. And number two, if we don't have size limit, this is what I think there is potential to create here. If you don't have size limit, 4 small mahi per person, if you have 6 people on the boat or 5 people on the boat, is basically the numbers that of the 30, close to the 30 that we are talking about. And that's 4 little mahis that are adults already. It's not a lot of meat, right? There is that scenario too. Puerto Rico tried to address that by making a provision of no sale, and for the charters and for the wrecks. There is ways to do this. I think we can put on the table the discussion and learn of the mistakes that Puerto Rico did in the past. And I have a lot of things to say. I don't want to take the time to do this now, but I recognize your point. I don't think it's that simple of saying that study is too much, which I believe is not, because there is a deep implication for the charters and the recreational fishermen for many other reasons. We need to keep talking about this. Anybody else? Julian and Nelson.
Julian McGrath for the record. I just wanted I went searching for the information that was submitted before. And back on August 26, 2019, we submitted a letter to the commissioner. At that time, the St. Thomas FAC submitted this letter under the chairman, Mr. Claude Berry. And I'm not going to read the entire letter, but what was recommended for the commercial side, because we didn't have any information on the recreational side, was the fork length for the dolphin to be 24 inches fork length, minimum size, 10 fish per angler, no more than 60 fish per boat. This is commercial. For the wahoo was 36 inches fork length, minimum size, with 2 per angler, no more than 6 wahoo per boat. And we came up with these numbers. We held a fishery advisory committee meeting down in the Frenchtown Community Center, and we invited all the commercial guys who was fishing for these species. And we gathered their input, and these were the numbers that they would like to see. So I'm just putting on, this is, it goes back a couple of years, but this is what was presented from the FAC on the commercial side. And then just to chime into what Tony was saying, we did ask for that 3 years reprieve under the ex-director, Ruth Gomez, and it was granted. We haven't revisited those numbers. The program stopped. I don't know where we are today, but to go along with what Tony is saying, if I don't know what the process is in giving us an opportunity to try to regather this information, both commercial and recreational. It would be greatly appreciated. I don't know how else to put it, and we definitely need to look at the recreational size and bag limits. I guess the size limits would be across the board the same, but the numbers of fish per angler per boat per day should be way down than 32. They're not selling, and what happens is if you allow these boats to catch this quantity of fish, they're going to be illegally selling the fish in our restaurants and hotels, competing with the commercial guys who have to put the money out before they even sell go fishing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognize all those complications, and we need to keep discussing. I want to follow up with a question to Maria. This is a decision per island, right? We still can divide these decisions per island based on the graphics that you present.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, the islands can choose different management regimes, as long as there is enough background. I think at this point, we're gathering information as to what the council would like to do. But yes.
Thank you. That's important. Nelson?
If we start talking about this thing, maybe we're gonna need 1 week. And I agree with Tony. I also agree with Julian. And I also agree in part with you, Marcos, because regarding the 30 pieces of fish, if they don't impact the black market, that's the problem. And in my opinion, and I said that before, 10 fish for a recreational vessel is more than enough. Because like Tony says, you are going, because this is a hobby, you are going recreational. If you catch, you catch. If you don't, you don't. If you got a piece of fish and you can speak with with the people that are in the boat, it's okay. But more than 10 fishes are definitely is going to impact the market and it's going against the commercial fishers.
Thank you, Nelson. Miguel?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I need to go ahead, Mark. No, go ahead. No. I was talking about a matter of procedure. The dolphin wallow has been included in the WCAPC new, not new, but the flying fish working group. because we recognize at the international level that we have issues in every country and for the region with this species. In the case of the mahi-mahi, the dolphin, we have two species at least, one in the northern part of the Caribbean, one in the southern part of the Caribbean. I'm sorry. In the case of the dolphin fish, we have two populations. We have, in the past, actually, we tried to get the three councils of the Southeast, Gulf, South Atlantic, and the Caribbean working on these two species. But we stopped it because we had some issues and problems, and then priorities on the other two councils. Now we are dealing with the question of what to do with the dolphin and the wahoo. We included with the Caribbean Council and the U.S. delegation, we actually included the dolphin and the wahoo in the working group because we believe it's to the interest of the whole Caribbean to address this species. And there are two issues with the dolphin. One is a biological issue, and the other one is a socioeconomic issue. One is dealing with allocation. This is what you're talking about now. You're not talking about the biology of the dolphin, you're talking about allocation. In the case of allocation, you have to be mindful that we cannot tell Puerto Rico or the Virgin Islands what to do in terms of allocation, unless there's a very federal issue. So this talk about quotas and things like that have to be done at the local level. Puerto Rico have been dealing with it for a long time. And some people want 5 fish only, or of course, your recreation, you want 30 or 40 or whatever. They do not eat that. They sell it for track money or gas money. And that's something that has been opposed by commercial fishers. Everywhere you have the usual discussion. So what we need to hear from the council is, number one, what are the next steps that you would like to instruct the staff regarding these two species? I've heard the presentation today. So definitely you need information on the biology, so far what we have, socioeconomy, the two species. And probably you will need to address the commercial and the recreational sector separately. You have that information. So you will be able to decide what to do. In the case of the dolphin, it lasts around 3 years on average. So if let's say that you have a strict regulation in the US Caribbean that is not compatible with the rest of the upstream, you're doing nothing for the biology. You may be able to do something related to allocation. I bring this to the discussion because before you continue with all this discussion, you need to have all the information possible. That's what Maria is saying, and Graciela, we need to get that information for you in the format that you will be able to discuss it. But I believe that we have allocation, we have size limit, we have quotas. Those are the issues that you would like to address at the appropriate time. The Dolphin Wahoo Working Group will meet probably this year if COVID allows. And this same issue that you're discussing here will be included in the agenda. If not, we are going to meet on the first part of 2023. We would like to bring to the discussion whatever the council decides to push for the management and strategy of this discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Graciela.
So Maria was just finding out, I think Sarah was the one to know who sent us the information. So we have a couple of issues. One is the definition of a recreational fisher under the MSA. Second, we do have a recreational fishing license that is supposed to be required by anyone who's fishing recreationally in the EEZ. So it's available to count my fish or something like that. MRIP has not been working in the Caribbean, the US Caribbean for a while now, but we'll hear from Kevin about that. But there is also the local recreational license and the data that are being collected by the USVI and Puerto Rico. So we've been talking to the locals about what information is available, what issues are they facing, and the sale of fish during tournament times, etc. It is a big issue. It is flooding the market. We need to bring in the socioeconomists to deal with that aspect of the regulations. But as Miguel is saying, there is some basic information on the biology of the species that is worthwhile also putting on the table. But the MSA, can we read the definition of the MSA, which is really
Recreational fishing means fishing for sport or pleasure.
So is de facto then, if you harvest fish from the EEC, prohibited to be sold on land? I mean, that's, for example, that's one big issue that we have. Can we, the federal government, do something regarding stricter definition of what the recreational fishes can do? If you have a permit from the EEC, then you cannot sell it on land. So it's there is a lot of discrepancies in terms of what we can and cannot do, or at least that's the way we feel. So, in that sense, we really need a little bit more direction in order for us to develop something that would be hard for.
Well, first to comment to what you just said, Graciela, typically with prohibition of sale, it's tied to a permit, right? And so that's the challenge here, is not having that federal permit nexus. But I think certainly we are open to exploring options that could bring back to the council with regard to how we might be able to prohibit sale, or what that could look like. We kind of jumped into the debate and discussion about the validity of size limits and bag limits and trip limits, and I wanted to take a step back, and I appreciate Tony's comments kind of right out of the gate. Recreational fishing has a substantial impact on fisheries management, right? In the Caribbean, we don't have a fundamental understanding of how much is being landed because we aren't collecting that data through surveys at this point. It represented as of 2017, had some discussions about how to stand it back up, but it hasn't been stood back up. The USBI has not collected long-term recreational landings data. So we are flying blindly a little bit with regard to what we know or what we don't know with regard to recreational fisheries. It seems like we can all agree that if we're going to consider size limits, there's some value with regard to size limits, both from a market, a socioeconomic standpoint, as well as biologically, right? A size of maturity to prevent growth overfishing. And so what I would be interested in, if the council is willing to pursue an options paper, is determining what species we think might be in most need of a size limit, and options that would look at what those size limits might be, and obviously consideration for commercial, recreational, or both fisheries. For the bag and trip limits, the trip limits on the commercial side, to me, really would need to be tied into, are we having issues with the catch limit being met or exceeded? Typically, we put in trip limits to make the fishery less efficient, to control effort. In this instance, we're not regularly bumping up against catch limits, so trip limits may not be needed at this time on the commercial side. For bag limits, because of my comments earlier, I mean, we may want to consider exploring recreational bag limits just as a way of kind of managing effort and overall harvest. And we could have staff bring back a range of options with regard to bag limits for certain species where there might be need for those bag limits. So I make those suggestions because I am supportive of an options paper. It doesn't bind us to anything, but if we want to narrow the focus of what the staff brings back to us, I think this is the time to be able to discuss them.
Tony?
I was glad when you guys say information, so I will ask the same question I just asked about 10 minutes ago. Can the council give the Virgin Islands 5 years to get this information together?
Kevin?
Thanks. So just to remind everybody, the Science Center right now is working in collaboration with the FW and the Virgin Islands to develop a survey design for the entire fishery. So that's rec, commercial, for hire. So, and in Puerto Rico, as we've seen last week at the SSC meeting and at other meetings, there is a similar effort going on in Puerto Rico that's a little bit farther ahead in terms of the commercial side. So they did a number of years of getting a survey design developed for the commercial sector, and now DNR is working with a little bit of help, very little bit of help. It's their project for sure. But a little bit of help from the Science Center looking at the recreational side. So those surveys and the design of those surveys have begun. It's going to take a few years to get rolling on it. So that 5-year window of getting a survey design and getting some pilot stuff, we'll probably do that within 5 years. Then there's always the question of funding to keep it long term. So that's something we're working on at the Science Center, the funding side, as well as the design side. So there are people in the field right now working on that project.
Thank you.
Well, to be honest with you, I don't see it as complicated as that. And I will explain to you why. And I'm not a guy that's running any show. The only show I run is my own. But seeing that we have registration every year, and I could make this very simple. The guys that come in to register the boats, they will tell you whether they're rec fisherman or the commercial fisherman by the license that they hold. Meaning the commercial guys are the only guys with license. A questionnaire could go out, do you fish for such and such on a recreational basis? You get the number of participants that say yes. You tell them, okay, well, listen, we need this information and this fishery. Just like the commercial guy have to turn in a catch report every time he goes out. Well, you're responsible for your fishery, my friend. And this is what we need. Have them be responsible for their fishery. You gotta remember, this is their fishery too. You want to make people responsible for something, you need to give them that responsibility and let's see where they go from there. And that'll tell you whether they really care about it or they don't care about it. So what I'm saying is you get in the paperwork, listen, this is the papers you need to fill out every time you go out and you do recreational fishing. Have them hand it in, and that's where you get your foot in the door to start the gathering of information for the fishery. And like I say, I ain't the guy behind the scenes running anything. But to me, that would be a starting point where I think is a very good starting point because you have the players, whether they have to come and register the boat because they have it for pleasure or they have it to make money.
Kevin?
So the purpose of this port sampling survey is not to come up with a list of fishers who may be rec or who may be commercial. It's to get at the landings by those different sectors and the size composition of the landings by those different sectors. So it's designed or will be designing a survey to get at what's actually coming to the dock. So how many fish are being landed and how big are they and what species? So it's not, obviously it's not going to be limited to dolphin wahoo. But the idea is not so much to survey, are the fishers saying they're commercial or are they saying they're recreational or are they saying they're for hire? It's to get at what are the landings from those different sectors. So that's the purpose of that work. If I'm understanding your comments correctly.
Yeah, Kevin, I need to make a comment because before this discussion, we had this discussion and actually we made some recommendation to Clay Porch a long time ago about the same approach that Tony was doing to Puerto Rico. Because in order to design what you want to design right now, it will be very important to know the universe and the style of fishing that the recreational fishermen do. If they go diving for lobster, if they go pelagic, if they go reef fishing. That first layer of information, we are losing opportunity. And I think what Tony just said is complementary and important first layer that we don't have on hand because we don't have a license first. But as an alternative to know the universe, that's a low-hanging fruit. I'm sticking with that saying, right? And I understand what you say. I'm really connecting the two ideas with this participation. And I have Jean-Pierre.
So I just wanted to make two comments. I think the first is that I do not think, particularly on the USVI side, that we're going into anything blind. I believe the Southeast Fisheries Science Center over the years, again, this is my second stint on this board, right? So from my previous stint in 13 and 14, and my previous involvements in 8, I can remember a number of times where there were recreational fishing surveys taking place in the territory. I know specifically that a contractor named Peter Freeman, who's a socioeconomic person, who was working with the Division of Coastal Zone Management at the time, was also working as a subcontractor doing surveys in the territory on the recreational sector back in 14 and 15 and 16, prior to his relocation to the States in 2018. Second, to your point, Tony, about the last one in terms of thing, we don't want to mix the boating registration with the fishing, but exactly what you're stating in terms of licensing, filling out those reports, everything. It's exactly what we're doing with the regulations. We're making sure that people apply for, receive tags, have to get a permit, and have to be subject to the reporting requirements set out by the department. Because again, we're not trying to say that the only pressure that's out there is the commercial sector. We're trying to put some of the onus as well on the recreational sector, which is having an impact. And so making them subject to the same types of rules and regulations of the commercial, that's the goal of the department. That's what we're pushing forward.
I think the discussion is getting very deep into the weeds. But Jean-Pierre, one comment is that we don't need to know the universe of how many recreational fishermen are every year. This effort that Tony just mentioned, and I totally understand the value of it, can be done sporadically just for us to have some information of how many people intend to go fishing. And though I can go back if Kevin wants, I can share with him the questions. Actually, I think I did the questions with Nelson at that meeting that we present to Clay for this effort. I think, please don't put that on the empty basket there. There is a possibility, right? It's an opportunity. Anyway, I need to move the meeting forward.
Decide what you want to do. And also, you need to trust the scientists. They're not going to say or do something without really knowing what they're going to do. They have a plan to design the surveys, and there's a lot of information that they were going to collect. That at this time, Maria, do you need a motion from the council whatsoever, or do you have enough instruction to follow to continue?
I don't know if Sarah has something, but I think we need guidance from the council to what they want to do. I mean, if the council is not ready to move forward with something at this point, then we can certainly discuss it during the next council meeting. I mean, this is, as Andy mentioned, bringing an options paper doesn't bound us to anything. Like, we can bring an options paper, with some alternatives and options of different management regimes that we can do. And if when you discuss it, you decide that this is not the route that you want to take, then that's what we ought to do. So.
Miguel?
Because in that case, you have a lot of other stuff to discuss here in the agenda. I suggest that the council instruct the staff to prepare our option paper as suggested by Andy and mentioned by Maria, and you have the element of judgment in the future to discuss it. And then you will be able to know what are the gaps that you need to fill, what are the information that you have in place, what are the biological parameters that you need to address, and what are the socioeconomic parameters that you need to address. By the way, you need to do this for the US Caribbean. I mentioned that we are having this effort internationally, but our task is to address this under the Management Stevens Act. And of course, we need to be mindful of international concept and so forth. And when they do this, they also do a review of the literature. So all this information that we are talking about will be presented to you by the group that is going to prepare the option paper. The staff have a lot to do between here and August. So I would say that the option paper will be ready when they have it ready. this year. So if we don't do it at the August meeting, at the December meeting, we will be able to have that information. And remember, we have good news at this meeting, which is that probably the island-based FMP will be adopted this year. And with that, Mr. Chairman, if you all agree, I believe that the staff has enough guidance to follow up and prepare the adoption paper.
But let me bring Sarah, because this is the action that she's working on. She may have additional information.
Thank you, Maria. I just wanted to see if developing the options paper, would you like that for all the pelagic species that are going to be managed, which just has a few extra ones for Puerto Rico, the king and Sierra mackerel, the 2 tunas, great barracuda and triple tail, or are we only interested in developing these kind of measures for dolphin and wahoo?
Maria, the original idea is that the wahoo and the dolphin will be the poster boys for what we want to do, but certainly we would like to have as much as possible information of the other species considered. And that's what I was saying, that we cannot pretend to have everything for the August meeting. There's a lot of work here, aside from the other work that the team is working on. So if we can collect information on the dolphin wahoo and the species that you're seeing here, then the council will be in a better position to make a decision. We have one fellow there, the triple tail. And the triple tail is one of those species that people don't know much about it, but it's included in our recipe book. So we probably will be trying to develop the strategy for the use of the triple tail. So for the record, is that what you want? Then as the answer to Sarah will be that we'd like to have the ocean paper with as many species as possible with the workload that they have, because we don't have to do it all in one shot. They can identify those species that you are in need of more information, but at least you will be able to have, on the major one, you will have some information that you can look at where you are and where you want to be.
Yes, and I think all the list of species that are on the board right now have to be addressed. And part of the rationale, Sarah, if I go dolphin fish, I will be able, as part of that catch composition, there is wahoo, mackerel, blackfin, and triple tail, and barracudas. They're going to be there using the same bait, same rod, same everything, right? And I think we need to address all of them at the same time, just like they get information and to start this scoping action. Go ahead, Graciela. Last one is Graciela, unless you want to say something for us to move on.
Yes, but as Miguel was saying, we really need direction on what we want to do. We want us to go ahead and prepare our papers for all of the managed pelagic pelagic species that are in the island-based FMP.
Yes. And be mindful too that in terms of the council process, because some of them are new species, most of them, it's important to start to develop the record and the management and the whole information publicly, and basically as a scientific outreach for the fishermen and people that participate on this meeting.
We do then need to make a requirement of data sharing from the local governments, because they're really collecting a lot of the information that might not necessarily come to the science center, and any effort that they're carrying on, so that they keep us in the loop, so that we know where everyone's heading, especially in Puerto Rico. Probably is a little bit ahead of the game because of the tournaments, etc., that they do monitor. So that's the data request that we need, and I think we share that with the science center and the regional office. So we'll following your advice, we'll get in touch with the local governments. And
yes, please get in touch with them and follow up on your request. Next item on the agenda. Maria, you have Maria. Do you have instructions and clear record what the next steps on this presentation that Sarah did?
Yes, I believe this is Maria from North Fisheries Desk. We have the information that we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Miguel?
Before we continue, just for the record, I just received a letter from the Maris Delgado. And, in order for her to be able to vote and everything, I have to have this letter. I would like to read it for the record. The letter is addressed to Dr. Andy Sterchek, the administrator, from the acting secretary of the Department of Natural Resources, Anaís Rodriguez, and the letter states that Damaris Delgado will be the delegate representing the Department of Natural Resources, and as an alternate will be Dr. Ricardo Lopez from the DNR Fisheries Research Laboratory. So the letter is in the record and it's going to be sent to the office, and that way she is able to participate and vote. She's now on the internet, and with this, I believe that Mr. Chairman, we need to ask, we have a vote. What is the question of Damaris and Vanessa?
Noted. Thank you, Miguel. Next presentation. Let's try to catch up here. It's the ecosystem-based fishery management technical advisory from Sinai Hub. Sinai?
So, Mr. Chair, Sinai is not able to join us because he's attending another meeting, so Kevin will be presenting for him.
Kevin. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm going to rely on other TAP members who may be on the call or who are in the room. And in fact, I'm gonna put over to Ori a couple of the slides because he's more in tune with some of those issues than I am. So I'm gonna walk you through this presentation. I'm seeing it for the first time today, not right this minute, but today. Because I think Sinai thought he might have a moment to join us, but I think he's slammed in another meeting. So I'll walk you through this. Are we advancing again without trying to? I think, yep, we are. It's trying to move us along. So I think we've got one more before that. It's just an introductory slide. I think much of this presentation was made last week at the SSC meeting. So for those of you who saw that presentation, this will be very familiar. Next slide. So just some background. You've seen a lot of this information before. Having to do with the EBFM policy coming out of NOAA and the Fisheries Service. And mainly it's just to show support for the implementation of EBFM as a management tool to better inform and enable decisions regarding trade-offs between fisheries, aquaculture, protected species, biodiversity, and habitats, and recognizing the interconnectedness of these ecosystem components. There's some background there. I won't read through this whole slide for you. You've seen much of this before. Next slide. And so to get back to the EBFM TAP charter, why does that group exist? Why did you all, as a council, form this group? And it's to provide the council ongoing scientific advice on ecosystem-based fishery management, fisheries management decisions, including recommendations for habitat status, social and economic impacts of management measures, and ecosystem-based impacts or stressors on sustainability of fishing practices. So that's basically the reason for being for this committee. So that was just basically a reminder to all of us, and it doesn't hurt to be reminded of why the committee exists. Next slide. So we've seen this diagram on the left, the process of fishery ecosystem plans. We began at the top. Where are we now? I think as a committee resolved many of those steps in that first section, and we've now moved on to this step 2, where are we going? And the stuff on the right is just the bullet points underneath number 2 on the left are just blown up on the right. And we're working through those. So articulate a vision, develop strategic objectives and how to develop those, assessment of risk, prioritize those strategic objectives, develop a strategy, and develop some operational objectives and develop a plan to present options to the council. So that's the process. The step 2, that's where we are now as a committee, and that's what we're working through. Next slide. So is this where I'm turning it over to you or the next one? I got one more. Okay. So the goal of, and again, this is mostly background material you've seen before. The overarching goal of fishery ecosystem plans is to promote ecosystem-based approaches to ensure healthy, resilient, and productive marine ecosystems and the fishery resources dependent upon those ecosystems. And then there are a number of things to consider within that mission. I'll just pick out a few. Increase human community resilience within the context of changing ecosystems. That's certainly something that's receiving a lot of attention at the national level. Define present ecosystem status and functionality. Identify additional ecosystem essential species in need of conservation and management. There's a whole list of issues that fall within this ecosystem-based approach. Next slide.
Okay, I'm going to take over from here. This is Orion Siddiqui, BFM TAP member, for the record. So the list here that you're looking at is based on a meeting we had in March, and these were the presentations that were given and some of the lists of potential collaborators. So on the right-hand side, you can see kind of the topics of a lot of those presentations had to do with ecosystem components, and a lot of this kind of step 1 of the process, where are we now? So the Smithsonian, for example, did some really innovative mangrove mapping project that was really exciting and got better mangrove maps for Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands than we've ever seen before. You know, likewise, we kind of worked through some of this stuff, and we heard from the Science Center about the strategic plan, and then obviously outreach and education. Some of the Pericoos stuff to do with sargassum as well. All these are kind of components of the ecosystem, trying to get a better handle of where we are, what's going on in the ecosystem. What I want to point out are the 2 presentations that are kind of highlighted on the left there and given a little bit more detail. And so the Lenfest project headed by, that's supposed to be JJ Cruz Mota and Stacy Williams and Tarsila Ciara, are working as one of the groups creating some of these conceptual models. And they gave us a really cool presentation about how their conceptual models are working and how they are going to, from those conceptual models, derive indicators. And then using those indicators combined with indicators from actual data sets, they're going to compare the 2 and see where we are and see what kind of data gaps we have. And I'll go into that more on the next slide. And then also we had a presentation from Kelly Montanaro, who with Mandy Karnauskas did the what's it called? Ecosystem status report. Thank you. And they themselves developed indicators based on the available data sets. So it's actually really exciting because we have all these different groups creating indicators that we can then compare against each other. Next slide, please. So I kind of ran through that really quick, and we're going to rewind right now and talk about the conceptual models. So I believe everybody in this room at some point has taken part in one of these conceptual model workshops. And there are 3 different groups kind of completing these workshops. One was the council, one was Melivora Consulting, and then one is listed here as ICER Caribe, but it's this larger Lenfest group. And there were 7 different stakeholder groups that were represented among 32 conceptual models. So that's a huge lift compared to many other regions. That's way more stakeholder involvement than a lot of other regions. And we really tried to get good representation across the board of different stakeholder groups. And then even within those stakeholder groups, tried to make sure, for example, the ones that we're still missing actually are some of the Fisher groups. The social scientists that were working on this insisted that we have 13 unique conceptual models from Fisher groups in Puerto Rico alone. So we're really trying to make sure we get everybody's input at a lot of different scales. And then we're in the process of trying to merge these things together to get overall conceptual models for each island. And so that starts with creating like terminology among the models. And then what they are going to do with this is kind of, once they've created the like terminology, the idea is to see how similar different groups are to each other, and then the same group is to other groups within that group, right? So how does Fisher group on the west coast of Puerto Rico compare to Fisher groups on the east coast of Puerto Rico? And then how do those groups compare to those in the Virgin Islands, et cetera? And then also really interestingly, how do the Fishers compare to, let's say, the managers or the academics or the DAPs? That's also all within that. And then the idea is to kind of create this tiered approach where you would be looking at these similarities among and within groups to eventually get to a single conceptual model per island. And those conceptual models will be based on, the components of those will be based on the amount, the times frequency of occurrence from the smaller models, right? So if we heard in every single model that something simple like maybe pollution affects coral reefs. If we heard that in every single model, that'll make it to the top model. If we only heard that in one of the 32 models, it likely wouldn't get to that top model. And we're going to include all of the conceptual models in the final report, but this melded one will be where we then get indicators from. And then I'm not going to run through this whole process, but the indicators will then be used to inform the indicators that are derived from the data and see how well those match up. So what do the stakeholders think? What does the data tell us? How do they overlap? And where are the data gaps? Next slide, please. And so that's what this data procurement and assimilation is. Again, this was a presentation I think developed for the SSC, so I'm not going to go through all of these steps. Happy to talk to anybody at the break about it though. The important thing is that last bullet there, that is to identify data gaps between stakeholders and data derived, and the data derived view of the system. So how does the data collected from things like CMAP, NCOS, CRIMP programs, how do those data differ from that the stakeholders are telling us, or do they? And if so, where are the differences and what are the gaps that we should explore further? And then the idea behind creating these indicators is then assessing risk to do with the indicators. And what, like I was saying before, it's pretty exciting because we're going to have all these different avenues of deriving these indicators, including the ecosystem status report. Next slide, please.
Okay, so back to me. As a consequence of the work that the CHAP is doing, we've developed a number of working groups, and you can see those on the left. And I won't read through all of the membership, other than to say we've reached out to other groups like the SSC and the Science Center and some others to help fill out these working groups. So we've got a conceptual models melding working group that Ori just talked about their work, ecosystem indicators. Again, you see Kelly Montanaro there. She's been doing that work, as well as JJ and others. A risk assessment group, data repository group, and then finally, what we haven't filled out yet is drafting the FEP, because that's the ultimate result of all of it. So that's going to rely on the work of all the other groups. So that's to be determined and coming in the future. Next slide. So the next steps, these in red, are completed or nearly complete. Some of the conceptual model work is still ongoing. I don't want to read each and every one of these, but we can certainly discuss them as the council sees fit. But progress is being made. That's the main point of this first slide. A number of tasks have been done or will soon be done. But there are a number of things left to do. So next slide. And this is still on our to-do list, and you can see this runs out through December of 2023. So there's a little over a year and a half more of work to do in this timeline. But ultimately, in December of 2023, the goal is to submit the FEP for council approval. I believe that is the last slide. Yes, so happy to take any, well, let me stop before I say, take any questions and ask other TAP members who are on this, in this meeting, either here or online, if you've got any additional information to add. I'm just going to open it up to the TAP members. Happy to hear your comments. And if there are none, then I'll open it up to questions.
It's open for question. Let's try to speed up the process. We are behind on the schedule. Any question? I think the slides and the presentation was clear enough. The council is well aware what is going on with the TAP. And thank you very much for the presentation.
No, Alida Ortiz online.
Alida Ortiz, go ahead, Alida.
And Mike, yeah, the only thing is that I want to let you know that in the Outreach and Education Advisory Panel, we will have a meeting in July that will be dedicated to what are the strategies, the outreach strategies that we can use, or that the working group of the Fishery Ecosystem Plan needs for that plan. So we'll have probably the same presentation that Kevin is doing, and then we will discuss this with the entire panel. Just a note.
Thank you, Alida. Next, next item on the agenda is the Scientific Statistics Committee report. Richard?
Thank you, Marcos. While we're waiting for the presentation to come up, I'll just start by saying that the SSC met 2 days last week. It's the first time we had met since July. So there were lots of things to get through. Okay, the next slide. So among the issues discussed, first was an integrative analysis and visualization of the CFMC data. It's a very interesting presentation by JJ Cruz-Mota on the CMAP data and how they've gone through this and basically created what they call the gold standard, as to say it's been proofed and put into a good format that's now can be used to address a number of interesting questions about how, in the example he gave, how communities might be changing over the time and what the drivers of those are. And sometimes it might be something in the environment, sometimes it's how we've changed, how we've done the sampling, but these show up nicely in the data. We heard more from the Science Center on the Caribbean branch. This is something that Council, I think, we briefed on either the last meeting or the meeting before that. We also had from the Science Center a research, an update on the research inventory, which is an inventory of cataloging all the kinds of research that have been done in fisheries in the U.S. Caribbean and trying to put that into a database. We also had an update on the CNR stock assessment matrix, which is basically a look at what species are we interested in versus what do we actually have data that we can use to analyze, and therefore what species do we need to perhaps target for additional data collection. So it's kind of a data triage look at things, and Kevin gave us that presentation. That's followed by an update on the spiny lobster OFL's ABCs, is pretty much what you guys heard this morning, a very short presentation. I gave a presentation on the national SSC. That's going to be meeting this August 15th through 17th in Alaska. And the subject is on EBFM, and we'll be sending myself as the chair and also JJ Cruz and Marcelo Sierra as our part of the ecosystem-based group representing the Caribbean Council for that. We had a presentation on the lobster selectivity study that's being done. This is one of the big recommendations that came out of the stock assessment for spiny lobsters. We weren't really clear on the gear selectivity, so that's underway. We got a presentation showing how they're approaching that with different traps of different characteristics that made them selected for different sizes. And you can see how they operate with what's in the environment. One clear thing that is not being incorporated in that is the issue of depth, and there might be larger lobsters at depth. Anyway, it's an ongoing study, and we have yet to see what the results will look like. Next. We also had several kind of presentations on the ecosystem-based fishery management program. Essentially the same presentation you just heard on the TAP. We also had a more detailed presentation on the LENFEST program, which sort of what Ori was talking about here, and also one on how to build the conceptual model. So they went into a little bit more detail on the statistical way that they're going to approach bringing all these models together. Status of the island-based FMPs was also presented. I think you've already heard that. Again, something the council has been dealt with in several meetings in the past that the SSC has not come up on is the 5-year strategic plan. And that has some importance because it feeds into, what data do we need? And this is where we're working at. So the last two things there, the Puerto Rico port sampling and catch validation project for Summer of American Sulfants program of port sampling around Puerto Rico, and the life history update by Mr. That. I think the council has also heard that in the past. Next. You can just hold it there. The previous one we just saw. Oh, back. The last two items there are really what I'm going to spend my time talking about, because what we wanted to get to was the SSC research plan recommendations. And those two programs, those two topics are what we spent most of our time discussing and had the most relevance into looking at what the research recommendations might be. So next. Back one. No, the one back. That's up. There we go. Okay, this is a program that was started some time ago, got interrupted by Maria. Vincent has gotten most of its stuff done, report written and submitted into the Science Center. They've done a lot of interesting things, and one is the incorporation of digital methods. So they're at a stage now where they have
basically a camera system that looks down on a board. That board will also function as a balance. So very quickly, you can slide a fish on the board. The video is running, so it records the fish. It can measure the length automatically from the grid on the board, and the balance estimates the weight, and you move on to the next fish. They have been teaching the system how to recognize species using artificial intelligence, and been feeding it tens of thousands of images of fishes to get it to identify those species, and it's gotten very good at it. And I'll talk more about that in a second. So those incorporation of digital methods have greatly increased the amount of information that can be collected in any unit of time, with the goal, of course, of minimizing the disruption to the fisher in having his catch or her catch looked at, and also getting more information during that time. Another thing that came out of this is just the estimation of what the catch might be. And one of the interesting details was that 24 species accounted for 87% of the catch. Pointing out that 2 species, spiny lobster and conch, accounted for over 50, it was 51 or 53% of the catch. So you're getting a good view of what the species composition is. We spent a lot of time talking about how this applies to expansion factors. And there were some really interesting things that came out of it. So some species tend to match the raw data that's collected from the Commercial Fisheries Reporting Program. And I should point out something that Pike and Rampey and others emphasize, is that none of the data sets we're looking at should be considered perfect. Not the Merck Consulting data set, not the commercial landings data set. These are things that all have their biases. We're going to talk about those. So, as I was saying, some species from the Merck Consultant data match the raw data from the commercial reports in Puerto Rico. One of the examples of that is spiny lobster. Whereas other species matched well with the expanded data using the expansion factors. So, example of that was conch. So there's some interesting dynamics going about different sectors and how much they're reporting or not reporting. There were unexpected landings that showed up, not unexpected that showed up, but how much or how valuable they were. 2 examples were the common octopus. So there's several octopus species that occur in the fishery, but the common octopus was the number 9 species on that list. Another one was a single species of slipper lobster. Again, there are several species that show up in the fishery, but a single species, and I forget the actual name of it, showed up as number 27 on the list. Some of the species were not targeted well. Okay, this is based on a pilot sampling program that ran for several months, and then they started running the full program. And during that, they realized they were not getting some things, and they switched how they were doing things. That worked out very well, but there were still some species that were not targeted well from the way the sampling program was run. Certainly rare species always have a problem because you don't get enough data on those. But there are others where the landings occurred outside the normal sampling time or at normal sampling sites. And one example was yellowtail snapper, which frequently the landings are made at night. Another one was the multi-day trips coming back from Mona. Frequently they're coming in very early in the morning. And so the port samplers were missing those. So at least they were able to identify places where they think they're missing things and be able to adjust accordingly. And then there were some species that are just confusing. We don't know why we weren't fitting either the expanded or non-expanding. So there's other dynamics that are going on with
how those are reporting or how they were being sampled in the MERIT program. Next. So there are applications and next steps for that can use this data. So the main point was that the full data set really needs to be analyzed, and you'll hear me emphasizing that again. The purpose of this was to be able to better target the distribution effort of port samplers, so we get a better estimate of what the catch is, and then subsequently what kinds of expansion factors and how those expansion factors would be calculated. So we could start getting towards species-specific expansion factors instead of coast-wise expansion factors. And one of the things we did find, however, is that the expansion factors on the level of total catch do in fact work quite well compared to the MER data. So they were aligning well, and that's good news for how we were looking at those expansion factors. But as I said before, on a species by species basis, that's where we start having problems because we're dealing with smaller data sets if we were to calculate those expansion factors on a species specific basis. So the MER data suggests that there will be species that we can use expansion factors for and species that we should not use expansion factors for. And there'll be other ones where we need to have more information. So another recommendation coming out of this is we need to have continued targeted prioritized sampling. So this is not the full-blown sampling that MER consultants were doing, but including the normal port sampling, some more targeted sampling to address certain things. One of the things that has come out of this using this digital technology is that we can provide species composition of the catch from using these digital tools. And this means that on landings forms where we have aggregates like parrotfish or something like that, we can use the data coming from the port sampling to actually split these into species-specific groups. And that's because we have the technology now to recognize the species as the fish is sliding across this digital board. And so that'll give us a much better view at what our composition is for species we're not collecting that species-specific data on. And this relieves the burden of doing that from the fishermen. So we don't ask them to start identifying everything they catch. We can do that using these digital tools. It also provides length frequency data, which is essential for looking at mortality and changes in mortality over time, or say the relation of the catch and population to the size of maturity, for example. So if you're sliding these fish across the board, you're getting length frequency information. When I say targeted prioritized sampling, if we're interested in looking what's happening at specific species, say our indicator species for the various groups, or something's coming up for CEDAR in a few years, and we want to have make sure we have good length frequency data, we can target our sampling for that. Third thing that we're hoping to have this kind of program do is verify expansion factors, and this is to get those down to species specific if we can get. And because this is targeted and prioritized, this is all done at a much reduced effort and cost compared to what the MER program is doing. So with a little bit more effort and cost, you could get much more benefits out of the port sampling that we're doing now. I don't think the effort is the problem. As Kevin reminds us all, cost isn't an issue that we've all had to deal with, and everybody's looking at ways about how we can do all this because we recognize the urgency of that. And so, and again, just to reiterate, the last thing would be to incorporate these new digital methods into the port sampling program for Puerto Rico.
and eventually the Virgin Islands as that comes to fruition. Next. So the last thing was life history update that was given by Virginia Chevette. And life history information we're talking about is age, growth, longevity, maturation, and age and size of maturation, and spawning seasons. And she gave us, I know that council has heard her give a presentation before. She went into a very long and detailed species by species account. I don't think I have all the species up here. These are just the ones in my notes. So red hind and coney for the groupers, mutton snapper, blackfin snapper, green snapper, and silk snapper. Hogfish, parrotfishes are the stoplight, queen, red tail, red band, and princess parrotfishes, and also white crun. So in each one of those, she went through, how much data does she have, what islands are they coming from, what gears are they coming from, what do we know so far in terms of, say, oldest individuals to date, et cetera. Next. And kind of summarizing across those things, appears that the otolith aging techniques that are being used are well validated. And I should point out that although Virginia is giving this presentation and she and her lab have done a lot of the work, this is a collaborative effort across lots of people, agencies, fishers, et cetera, who are feeding data into the system and trying to process this. Data collection and processing tend to be really good when there is funding for that. But most species are being done on kind of an ad hoc or opportunity basis. As to say, programs are sending samples to her lab and she's trying to process a number of these with available funds, kind of just sticking them in the pipelines as they go through. A lot of people have been helping in that. Puerto Rico Fisheries Lab sends a lot of stuff from CMAT. Julian's been really helpful in getting things from the Virgin Islands. But it is as an opportunity ad hoc basis. There are potential gear selectivity issues when trying to look at things like growth. And so for some species, there needs to be more targeted sampling to make sure that we get the samples to be able to parse out that selectivity. She gets a lot of gut samples that are stored when they're available, and they can be used for guide conservation, but they're not being really processed now because of lack of funding. The opportunist, she gets a lot of opportunistic gonads and gut samplings, but frequently, say more often than not, these are suffering because they're not properly iced or otherwise preserved before they hit the dock. And for the gonad samples, she was commenting that already degrades the viability of those samples for that kind of work. So although she's been pursuing opportunistic things, when possible, even that effort suffers from things beyond her control. Next. So all this says kind of there needs to be more targeted work, and that targeted work needs to be linked to priority species, say, as we're coming up to CEDAR, or again, just targeting those species who are the indicator species under the management plans, and all those priorities need to be targeted with funding. So if you want to have, age data or life history data for species X, and we know this is coming up, there should be a funding program that is allowing that to be done, either her lab or someplace else. But it's really difficult to do all this stuff without that kind of coordination between getting the work done and deciding what species you want to have done and having the funding there to complete all that. Next. So all of this then fed into research recommendations. This is something we had hoped to spend more time on. Our last formal attempt was back in 2014, so a while ago. And we had only 2 hours to make this discussion. Nevertheless, that 2014 study was useful because a lot of the questions still remain. Those priorities still remain. Nevertheless, we did not go through all that report in the 2 hours. So what we were able to do is, first of all, it was weighted by that plan. It was weighted by the presentations on port sampling and life history that I've just gone through. It was weighted, I think, mostly on things related to stock assessments, at least initially, but we got other things in there. There's new developments, EBFM, what we call the H2 flexibilities. And if you remember, those are flexibilities for setting OFLs and ABCs when catch data are insufficient. So we could look at trends and say catch per unit effort and separate and set OFLs and ABCs in terms of catch per unit effort rather than actual biomass. E-reporting is coming online both in Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. There are digital tools like what our consultants was using, and so some of our recommendations dealt with those kinds of things. In the end, what we did was just kind of produce a bullet list of research priorities as a starting point. So we really didn't have a discussion or formal ranking of these bullets. So this is not necessarily an inclusive list at all. Exclusive list. There's a lot more work to be done, but it's a starting point. And having said that, I'll go through the bullets. And we grouped in, so next slide, and grouped into a number of headings. So first thing would be to improve the landings data. And at the top of our list, as I mentioned before, was to analyze the mayor report from the Puerto Rico landings to improve the port sampling, to improve expansion factor estimation and its application, and to increase the link composition data. It would also, the next bullet is to improve landings data collection via digital tools. Again, kind of a message that came out of the mayor project. Evaluate digital formats for reporting and validate versus paper reporting. So digital formats for catch reports are being starting to be used in Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. We think there's some space there for those to be evaluated and then also compared to how they perform versus the paper reporting. And lastly, initiate a mirror style study of landings in the U.S. Virgin Islands. I understand that is in the works someplace, and so we strongly recommend that that effort be given priority. Next. So the next group is the collection of biological data for life history and population parameters. So we want to improve biological data collection via digital tools. Again, we can quickly link information from those. And then we'd like to have timely prioritization of collection by species, as to say, what species do we need? Again, what is CEDAR going to look at? What do the island-based plans require for their indicator species? Let's prioritize those and get data collection targeted for those. And there was also, as part of this, a recommendation that we review and formalize the stock prioritization process. We had one recommendation for effort estimation. We generally acknowledge that estimating effort is difficult, even from the catch data. And so it was suggested that we develop alternate methods for estimating effort. One of those that came out would say suggestion using drones to get an aerial picture of how many boats are out and where they're located to get an idea of what the fishing effort might be. This would obviously bring in any kind of vessels that are out there, both commercial and recreational.
Next. So EBFM, I'll admit right from the start that this is kind of a catch-all heading for two reasons. One, there are things that can fit nicely into other things, but they deal with EBF kinds of issues like closed areas. And the other reason is that, as you've already heard, the EBFM effort that's underway through the TAP is going to be producing at some point through their analysis a detailed, I think, analysis of where the gaps are in our data to be able to implement EBFM and use those indicators that we would like to have. So those things are not in this list because they haven't given those to us, but they're going to be coming in the next year. So keep that in mind. But what we have here now is to evaluate the effectiveness and impact of closed areas, and there's some multiple themes on this below. Develop habitat maps from existing National Ocean Surface multi-beam and LiDAR data. So they have the capability of taking that data and generating habitat maps. Which they demonstrated some years ago with Agrila Sierra. Habitat maps are really important, not just for EBFM, but for a lot of the sampling programs, especially something the independent ones like CMAP really could be much better if we had habitat maps. Review the status of spawning aggregations within closed areas and evaluate the closed seasons, the timing of closed seasons relative to the timing of spawning seasons. Investigate the functional ecology of our habitats. That is to say, have some of that function been degraded because the habitats themselves have become degraded, either through climate change or coastal impacts, whatever. And construct an electronic species habitat database, much in line of how the center is working on their research inventory. You know, could we have a database on species habitat use as well? Next. In preparation for the H2 flexibilities, I think there should be some simulations to test alternative ACLs, or actually it's ABCs and OFLs, for using H2 flexibilities, how to incorporate uncertainty into defining ABCs from OSLs, and again, we need to collect life history information to run those simulations in the same way that we would run CDARs. So just emphasizing the need for more life history information. But just as in be able to run the models that we ran with spiny lobster for the last CDAR, there was a whole management strategy evaluation process that ran actually 2 years, I think, to learn using simulation how to approach the models and what models could do best under what data scenarios. We would need the same kind of simulation testing for alternatives under these H2 flexibilities. For monitoring and surveys, another heading is going to continue to expand monitoring and surveys. So monitor a program for fish population in closed areas. Obviously, the fishery can't do that because they're closed. Expand, enhance, whatever you want to call it, cooperative fisheries-based surveys. That was something that was emphasized repeatedly, that all this works better if we're doing this collaboratively and cooperatively. And to that, there was really interesting suggestion to train and delegate to fisheries monitoring activities, and that was based on some programs that I think have been developed for the Great Lakes, where they've specifically had training programs for that and worked really well. So to my understanding, I'm not familiar with these directly, but these are the kinds of things that the SSC would like to be able to get back together and discuss so we can elaborate on some of these. Remember, these are just bullet points that
people kind of just put out there. And I've cut them down to reduce the redundancy. Next. Yeah. So socioeconomic data for management, determine the economic values of fisheries that can be used in assessing benefits and costs for alternative management measures, and periodic systematic collection of data to provide a baseline and comparative basis for social impact assessments. So it's sort of the same thing as the previous one, except it's social data instead of economic data. And a sub one of that was research to assess and integrate local ecological knowledge into decision making. So again, trying to utilize the information from our fisheries much more effectively and continuously into that process. And all of the above would be facilitated, not just this thing, but all the recommendations that I presented would be facilitated with an MOU between the council, the Science Center, and the territories for how they're doing the monitoring data collection. So we're all kind of on the same team as what species do we want to look at, what data are we trying to get from those, when are we going to do those analyses? So when it comes time to do them, we have what we need. With we all recognize we have limited resources, both in personnel and time, and the more we're on the same page about what we want to do, the more effective we're going to be using our personnel and our resources. So I think that's it. Thank you.
One burning question for the question, because we're really behind schedule, Kevin.
So much a question as a comment, getting back to the review of the MER study in Puerto Rico. I just heard, coincidentally, because we've been after this for a while, I think the end of last week or maybe this week, that we got some money from headquarters to do a CIE review, which may not be what everybody wants to do, but is one mechanism to review that. So that money is coming through. We may be able to get that reviewed either beginning in July, which may be optimistic, but it may not come through until October. But the money is there and available, so that will move that process along.
Kevin, that's really great news. And as we actually argued with Kevin last week, it was like, well, CIE is kind of like over the top in terms of what maybe needs to be done, but if we can get that, wow, that'd be great.
Miguel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Joseph Graciela. Please meet after the meeting sometime in the future. Maybe we'll reach and try to identify from the list of dots any project that might be of priority to the Sorry Fishery Science Center, but specifically to the SSC. And then maybe we can identify something that can be done by funded by the council. Some of those studies that Richard and the SSC group believe are burning questions that we should address as soon as possible.
All right, I could sort of do that just based on the discussions we had, but we actually didn't get to a point of kind of ranking these things. And I guess the take-home message, which I should have repeated at the end, is the SSC wants to come back at this and have a lot more time to give you something much more formalized. So to the degree that we could schedule a meeting to that end, that's what we would like.
That's what I was pursuing. So please take note, and in between Richard and you can put together a meeting, because it could be a Zoom meeting, but if we can do it hybrid, it's the way to go. So we do that before the next meeting, and in between, the chair and I have the authority to allocate some of the funds for this specific that you addressed. But the important part is that after hearing that presentation, we want to hear from the council. Do you agree with that? Do you agree that we should prioritize and then have this meeting? and put some money into it because I'm scared with it. The whole, who the hell is gonna do all that? But Richard knows that too. So,
Yeah, and you can see there that we didn't even talk about recreational landings, which was
Yes.
obviously a big issue. This is, at the end, we were just, okay, everybody give us your top things, and we created a list and pared it down to reduce redundancy.
yeah, so I suggest that allow Graciela and Richard to put together meeting and agenda, the timing for that. And then that should be between here and August. And I know the summer is coming really quick. And some of you that belong to the FCC, you have the duties with the university and so forth. So if you agree with that, and then Graciela can take charge.
I think we all agree with that. I don't see anybody in opposition to that, especially because we're gonna have a meeting to make the priority and to have a final product for the council to evaluate later. And Graciela,
For
please.
one thing, the SSC received the strategic plan of the council. I mean, that specifies strategy, things that the council wants to get done, that the stakeholders have told us to direct our attention to. So between the SSC, the Science Center, the Technical Advisory Panel, and the council, I think, and the regional office, we can all move this forward in a very directed way. I hope.
And then we don't need to come back to the council to tell the price, we already approved it. But, and time is of the essence because the budget now, hey, we can do with the authorities that we have. So after this meeting, we can, choose what are the priorities and identify who can do it. And maybe go to the bidding process. This is excellent. Thank you very much.
Let's keep going with the agenda. I have to be, let's go with the next presentation is the Kevin, Southeast Fishery Science Center update.
Thanks, Marcos. I'll try and be quick. So this is just the update from the Science Center, the Caribbean Fisheries Branch. I think I took credit for more than just the Fisheries Branch. I should point out now that there are 3 branches at the Science Center that have the name Caribbean in them. There's the Gulf and Atlantic, the Gulf and Caribbean Reef Fish branch. There is the Atlantic and Caribbean Reef Fish branch, and then there's the Caribbean Fisheries branch, which I'm in. Next slide. So just what we're going to see here, I'm going to give you an update on where we stand with some stock assessments, our strategic planning work at the Science Center, the Caribbean Research Inventory. You've seen that presentation before, so I won't spend too much time there, but just to give you an update. Port sampling design work, your selectivity studies, and the data triage work, or the matrixing that it's sometimes called. Next slide. So we'll start with stock assessments. Next. So this has got a lot of information on it. So we're not going to dive into all of it, other than to give you for it to serve as a reminder for me to tell you about CDAR 80. This is queen triggerfish on all the islands. The lead analyst is Nancy Cummings. Adrian Rios is heavily involved in the project as well. We've got a timeline there on the right. We are currently in the middle of the modeling exercise, so all the data are in, and Nancy is working on models. Because we are now island-based, that means that we're really doing 3 individual stock assessments, so something to keep in mind. One of the big milestones that we've had in this assessment is that for the first time, we're using indices of abundance, and we're also incorporating local life history information out of Virginia Cherbet's lab. The goal is to have this done and to CDAR by July 1 and to the council a week later. Next slide. And we talked a little bit about this, Maria did earlier today. We will have a spiny lobster update assessment, which should inform OFL, and from there ABC and ACL, but that's the work of other groups, the SSC and council. The OFL should come out of that. This is going to be pretty much a strict update assessment following on from the assessment that was done a few years ago. We think it will be done. The plan is to have it done for the fall SSC meeting. What will happen is that we're going to update the length and landings data. Life history information will be the same. The terminal year of the data is dependent upon the availability in Puerto Rico anyway of the electronic logbook data. So we're working on that issue, but it will be complete through 2021 for the Virgin Islands. An operational assessment for spiny lobster is on the calendar for 2024, and in an operational, we will revisit life history assumptions. We will look at additional data sources for inclusion in the model. But for this year, the only new data that we might include would be the gear selectivity information as it is available. So if that's available, we'll include it. If not, it'll be a strict update with just updating the time series of landings and length information. Next slide. So upcoming, I hope I got the right species in here. So in 2023, we'll be looking at yellowtail snapper in St. Thomas, St. John, and in Puerto Rico, and stoplight parrotfish in St. Croix. And as I mentioned, in 2024, it'll be spiny lobster assessment for all animals. Next slide. So let's look at our strategic planning efforts. Next. So the goal is to develop a strategic plan for data collection, analytical best practices, and outreach and education in the U.S. Caribbean. And I don't mean outreach and education by the council. This is for the Science Center. The first year we're looking at the Science Center work. So here's a bunch of people whose many of the names you may recognize. They're all principal investigators in this work. But what we will be getting information and input from more people than what you see on that list. These are just the people who help write the proposal and get the money. Next slide. So we've got 3 years of funding. And the first year, what we're going to focus on is the Science Center. We want to get the Science Center strategic plan in order. And then in the second year and moving forward, we'll be involving the council staff, CIRO, territorial partners, lots of other people. And what we're going to do in the first year is identify data gaps. Many of them are recognized through their projects inventory and the data triage, which we'll see in a few minutes. We want to optimize data collection strategies, prioritize and coordinate them. As Rich mentioned, we all know that there are resource limitations. And so with those limited resources, we need to get the most bang for our buck. And we want to improve processes. So data delivery systems and analyses. We want to be very efficient. We don't have a big staff, so we don't want to spend a lot of time doing analyses that we can improve and automate. So we've got a planning workshop coming up on the 16th through the 19th of May. There will be council and CIRO folks who are there sort of like as observers. But again, this is a Science Center plan that will then be expanded in the coming year. Next slide. So we'll move on to the Caribbean Research Inventory. Next slide. This is a work that you've seen in the past. Rachel Eckley has presented it. Really what it is an inventory or database of US Caribbean work. We started with NOAA-funded projects because they were the easiest one to find. But we haven't limited it to that, but that's still the primary objective. And so it identifies existing data sources that were NOAA funded. We can use it to identify data gaps. We can focus on the areas for additional data collection. But what we're building is a centralized repository and a searchable database. Next slide. So far, Rachel's cataloged 542 different projects, over 1,200 documents. It's uploaded to what we're calling the online database manager. This is a system that resides at the Southeast Fisheries Science Center. So it's a searchable database. It includes a bunch of other data sets. We've got a management history. We've got HMS pelagic logbook history. We've got morphometric conversion. So there's a lot of other data sets that live in there that we can use, but we're adding to that ODM, as it's called, this Caribbean data set as well. Next slide. So the currently working on formatting this online data system. In upcoming, we'll want to get some folks who are involved as testers. So people who go online, log into this system and search it and use it and see where it breaks so that we can fix it and or make it more user-friendly and try and fit the needs of the users. So we'll be looking for people to help test that in the future. Right now, it's a limited access system, but we're going to investigate how we can add outside folks to have access to this database. I don't quite know what that's going to look like because I don't own the database at NOAA, but we're going to see what we can do. In the future, the plan is to add additional non-NOAA funded work. Like I say, as we come across those, we're adding them, but primarily we're focused on the NOAA funded research. And I already mentioned the accessing the data. So next slide. So let's look at some other projects that are in progress. Next. So the Puerto Rico Survey Design Project, Rich spent a lot of time talking about that, so I won't dive into that too much, other than to say we're really happy with the way that is coming to be. We worked with MER for a number of years on that, beginning way back when Steve Turner was still around, if any of you remember him. So it's been quite a few years, and it's nice to see that coming along as well as it has. So one of the bullet points for research recommendations coming out of the SSC was to do something similar in the Virgin Islands, and that's exactly what that second one is. The U.S. Virgin Islands Survey Design Project, that's where the Science Center is in collaboration with a DFW in the Virgin Islands to do a very similar kinds of study, except to say that it's expanded beyond just the commercial fishery. It will include recreational fishery, the for-hire fishery. The attempt is to get the entire fishery and all those sectors. We've got another project that we ran into some contracting issues last year, but we think we've got those smoothed out, so we'll be able to move the money this year to help with that artificial intelligence work, that machine learning that Rich talked about in processing samples. The goal there is to improve port sampling efficiency so that the fishers are not standing around waiting for the port samplers for too long. Rich also mentioned the lobster trap selectivity project. That's, I believe, wrapping up. So hopefully in the not too distant future, we'll see the report and the information coming out of that. We've got a similar project, again, with DFW as a collaborator in the Virgin Islands. We're also collaborating with the University of the Virgin Islands and the Park Service. They provided divers to do supplementary work for those trap selectivity projects in the Virgin Islands. Next slide. Okay, a couple more. I think I've already mentioned that top one, so I'll skip it. We're also working on life history. Again, as Rich mentioned, life history is a big important part of stock assessments, and among other things, our interest is primarily in the stock assessment application. So we've got a project where we're looking at shallow water, getting samples from shallow water. It says lobster, but that's incorrect. This is not limited to lobster. The issue we're trying to get at there is where are all the small fish? Because you'll see a lot of information in life history. You see a lot of curves, growth curves and things like that. And often they're undersampled for the small fish because that's not what fishers bring back to the dock. They're bringing, you'll see a lot of samples in the size range where the fish are landed, but not very many when they're small, and sometimes not very many where they're very big. So the part of this life history project is to identify where can we find those small fish. So that is a cooperative research project that is working with the fishers in Puerto Rico to find the habitat that those smaller fish are in and to sample them effectively. We've got a lobster recruit survey as well that's been going on for about a year now. Also, it's a cooperative project working with commercial fishers in Puerto Rico. The idea is to get an abundance index of those lobsters that on the next molt or 2 molts are going to be big enough to be caught in the fishery. So what can that tell us as a predictor for how many lobsters we might want to, we think are okay to catch in the coming year. So it's sort of this predictive model of catches next year. I mentioned a management history database. This is just a database of management actions. A lot of our data are fishery dependent, meaning they come out of the fishery, and so they're affected by management actions. If you change a minimum size, that's going to change catch rates because the catches coming back to the dock are going to differ if you increase the minimum size limit, or if there's a closed season. Those sorts of things really impact the data, and we have to understand them. So we spent a lot of time on that management history database. It includes not just Caribbean data, but data from the entire Southeast. The electronic logbook data is not our project, but we are working with Shell Catch, with DNER, with ACCSP, with other folks at the Science Center to migrate the data from the Shell Catch cloud database to another storage place where we can access it, we being the Science Center, because right now we don't have direct access to those data. There was also a lot of talk about correction factors and their calculation. That takes DNER staff a lot of time. It's very burdensome. And so we're looking at ways to automate the calculation of that correction factor. And if we do that, that opens up a possibility of getting, as Rich was talking about, those species-specific correction factors. We can move away, perhaps, it's not our call, it's DNER's call, from a single, there's a single expansion factor for each coast, north, south, east, west. And if we want to make that specific to species, having an automated way of making that calculation will make that process a lot easier. So we're hopefully headed in a positive direction there, where we can relieve some of the DNER staff burden for getting these correction factors and maybe have them sooner in the year than we have had in the past, because it's so burdensome to make those calculations. That's in the current process. Next slide. Okay, so I'll go through this quickly. So the data triage is next. Next slide. So this is just a schematic of the whole stock assessment process. You know, there's data collection and there's a modeling phase that we give some catch advice, and then it moves over to management, which is you all. And setting, you know, once we get that management advice is an overfishing limit, and then from there, you all make decisions about catch limits and catch targets and ABCs and all of that sort of thing. So in order to have this process work well and get to a place where we have the best chance of success, we went into this review of the data, which we're calling the data triage. So which data are available to inform this process? Because if you don't have abundance data, that can be a problem. If you don't have the biological data, the life history data, that's a real problem. If you don't know the catch, that's a real problem. If you don't know the size composition, all of those things, if they're missing, really mess up your chances of having a successful stock assessment. So we don't want to start in a hole. We don't want to start knowing, hey, we want to do such and such species, and then only to find out that we're missing critical data. So that's the purpose of this project, to identify those species that have the data right now that we think we have a good shot at attempting a stock assessment, or we can identify those species that are maybe missing an important piece. And that's where we put resources towards. You know, if we're missing life history on a particular species, let's fund some life history work on that species. So next slide. So this is kind of what it looks like here. So you can see this is St. Thomas and St. John. These are the top 10 species, and they're the top 10 species in terms of number of fish that have been measured through the port sampling over the years. So across the top, you've got commercial landings. We know the commercial landings by species in St. Thomas and St. John beginning in 2011. That's really middle of 2011. So the beginning of that fishing year. Most of them are 2011, except for spiny lobster, which had always been reported by species going back to 1974. So that's really an impressively long time series. We've got size composition for these species. Again, you'll see the number of years. I think that when we did this analysis, I think we went through 2019. So from 2019 back 31 years, we've got data, size data for yellowtail snapper. And here the green means we think it's sufficient for an assessment. The purple, we're still investigating. The black means we don't have the data. And that sort of orange color TBD is also something that requires some more investigation. So only one of these is coming up black, that's spiny lobster, because you'll see on the right index, that means a catch per unit effort series. And fishery end is a fishery independent survey. In this case, it's a diver survey, and that diver survey was not designed to go after spiny lobster. It was designed for finfish. So that's why you're seeing that X, that black box. So there's still a lot of investigating to do, particularly life history and the index work, but it's progressing. So next slide. I won't spend a lot of time on these. These are the last couple of slides. So St. Croix, similar layout. Again, these top 10 are the top 10 because they had the most animals measured. So again, you know, it's very similar to St. Thomas in terms of the time series of data and the size composition. Where you see these purple, the size composition samples per year. When you dive into those data a little bit, you want to have some minimum number of animals that were measured each year. And we're still unclear as to whether we have sufficient sample size year by year by year, and which years are covered for those bottom, 5 species. Life history, still have a lot of homework to do. As far as the indices go, fishery independent is not going to work for blackfin snapper or for red-tailed parrotfish. They're just not seeing a lot of red tail. Any deep water species is going to be problematic in a diver survey. So if they're not seeing sufficient numbers there, they're going to get that black box. The purple may change as well as we dive more into those data and look at sample sizes. I won't get into all the technical stuff now. I'm happy to talk about it, offline. Next slide. And here the same for Puerto Rico. A few more black boxes because we've got some deep water stuff like silk snapper. You're just not going to see those in a diver survey. They may not be in, the divers may be in the wrong habitat for lane snapper, for example, and they're not after spiny lobster, so they're in the wrong habitat for that. Next slide. Oh, before you move on, I should also say that we're taking notice of which of these species are indicator species because they should be prioritized. The same with the species, we call them single species unit. So yellowtail snapper is on its own in the management unit. So that's its own indicator. So that should also be prioritized. If there's a species like stoplight parrotfish, it's a member of a management unit, but it's either not the indicator species or there is no indicator species. So there are some other things to think about in prioritizing which species we want to try for a stock assessment. In addition to the available data, if it's an indicator, that would suggest it should be a higher priority. Next slide. I think that's it. So thank you very much. Any questions? So a lot of this you've seen before. So this is mainly an update.
Yeah, thank you very much for a very good presentation. I will ask the council members to follow up with Kevin offline. We need to make one question, if there is any very important question at this moment, to make a break, 5 minutes, and come back.
Ed,
You have a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Kevin, I saw, if you go back to the slide, you had surgeon fish, and then on the other box you had doctor fish, and then later on in the slide you had blue tang. I was just hoping that it wouldn't cause any confusion in future reference. I was just hoping that we could keep it consistent. I don't know if you want to go back and I can reference it, or if you noticed it.
Yeah, if we can go back to, was it the one with all the boxes?
One more, I think, right there. It's, yeah, on it says Dr. Fish, then blue tang, and then slide before that, it had surgeon fish, I think.
Right, that's probably how it's showing up in the data.
Okay.
So we're not making that distinction. We're just, as it shows up in the data, either as the landings or the size composition, that's probably how it's listed.
Yeah, but you know, I noticed that because what we've been through before with our common name and then the scientific name.
Right, you're exactly right. That's an important point that that everybody knows what everybody else is talking about.
Okay, all right. Thanks.
Anybody else in Zoom or in presence? No? We're gonna take a break of 5 minutes. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
That's why you are not a very good chairman. So with that, Very good.
Well, yeah, it's basically.
Like, you know what?
Sí, pero estaba él habló y estaba cerrado el micrófono.
Can you repeat
I'm gonna restart because there was an issue with the recording. The presentation of Wes Martin about dolphin fish gonna be passed for tomorrow at 10 a.m. And gonna rearrange the agenda for tomorrow meeting. And right now, we're gonna follow up with the DAP chair reports, starting with St. Thomas. St. Thomas. Julian?
Good afternoon, everyone. Julian McGrath for the record. I'll be giving my report on the marine protected areas, the areas of political, particular concern, and my take on the SSC meeting. In my report here, I'm just gonna, in the slides, I'm just gonna update the highlighted notes that were made by the members of the district advisory panel on our meeting on March 22nd. Next slide. So I had full attendees, attendance from the fishers, recreational fishers, divers, association members. And who we had absent again at this meeting was representation from the local government, the liaison, the St. Thomas St. John District, enforcement from the St. Thomas St. John District, federal enforcement, and a few charitable trusts. And the reason I bring this up here is because since we first did the Eco Bay, we did the conceptual models meeting where we had attendance of all entities. We have not seen any of the representatives on the right. And I think it's very important for us to continue to do our job as members. And we need the support of these entities in order to have a lot of the questions that are on the table answered, and we shouldn't have to wait for follow-ups. Next slide. The areas of particular concern, the issues and questions that the committee had were what law created the APC and how these were defined and established. What is the purpose of an APC? Were the fishers or public involved? These when each APC were established and with what objectives. And also we needed to see studies conducted or ongoing. And it needs to be, these questions and studies needs to be presented to the DAP. Next slide. So I spoke at the meeting on February 9th about the VI Coral Reef Monument. The lighter ones are my comments that I made, and the committee agreed with them, but they also had some extra points that they wanted to make, and that was the committee has requested to see the results of studies that have been completed and reported. And in also the VI Coral Reef Monument, another issue is a marina has just been approved within the monument, and a lot of concerns come up. If you're a protected area, which is a coral reef monument, how do you approve a marina to be built within this monument? So that was their comment. Next slide. The VI National Park. I think the only thing that was highlighted there was also the request of reports within the park. The committee would like to see reports that have taken place of everything that's been ongoing with the closure of the national park. Are we doing better? Are we doing worse? What's going on? What's the outcome? Next slide. The Southeast St. John Marine and Wildlife Sanctuaries, better known as STEER. It's pretty much the same request of the study and reports that have taken place, and what is the plan to correct the issues and violations within the sanctuaries. Next slide. the Germanic Bank. Okay. Can we go to the next slide? I think the notes are in the next slide. So these are the take backs from the committee. Reports needed to be presented to the DAPs, the SSC and CFMC of the studies that have been taking place inside the seasonal closure. We have one of the divers who actually is a committee member, and she works for the University of the Virgin Islands, and she repeatedly had an issue with the PR boats poaching in and around the bank. So I don't know what can be done with discussion about that. And also this year, they were lucky to see a large number of the NASA grouper actually spawning. They actually got to see them while they was doing their thing, which was very positive for the bank. And she also said that the numbers were very high for the NASA grouper in that area this year. Next slide. And then the Hang Bank. We had some heavy discussion of what's taking place in there. And after the meeting, I received an email from Sarah Heidman, and she would like to give a presentation at the December council meeting, if the council would agree. And she would give her presentation on work that has been done within the MCD for the last 10 years. She's one of the individuals, along with Rick Nemick and his team, that have been doing a lot of the studies. And she found it very important after a request to be willing to give reports to the fishers and to the SSC and the council members. Next slide. And I was in attendance at the SSC meeting last week, and it was very intense meeting. It was a very good meeting. Of course, Richard always does a great job with running that meeting. And I put up some comments that came from myself. And the comments are, the CMAP report, I think moving forward, involved fishermen in the study would make a big difference. More money needs to be allocated to the life history collection so CEDA assessments can have a better outcome. Fishermen are on board in getting the samples needed to help with assessments. Example, odorless. Deepwater snapper study to take place in a USVI with the stakeholders' involvement. I didn't elaborate on it here, but I just said this. I think we need to have some more discussion on what actually is going to be taking place and how it's going to be taking place. I know, Graciela, you're working with that group. So I think we need to have some discussion outside of this meeting on that. The mayor's study that took place in PR was presented. The outcome was sketchy because the role of the expansion factors have to play. Other issues we see with the mayor project haven't received final blessings as yet from the Southeast Fisheries Science Center. Discussion to move forward in the USVI has concerns with the fishers. We don't use expansion factors. Fishers in the USVI are working with Virginia Chevette, providing fish samples needed to complete assessments. Next slide. So in conclusion, for my committee, this is what we have. The MPAs and APC reports need to be presented to the committees. Presentations to be given at the December CFMC if approved on the 10-year study of the MCD. Government agencies who sit in the DFE to start attending meetings. Also the Pew and liaison representatives. Liaison for St. Thomas, St. John needs to get involved with fishermen and host workshop. Proud to hear all what's happening in PR with their liaison. The next couple of slides, you're going to see where we mention a couple of conflicts of interest, and this is how we feel. Maybe it's not a conflict of interest, but we want to put a note out there We also see a conflict of interest with the mayor consultants being pushed by Todd Gemenke as the senior founder of this company. He shouldn't be a member of the SSC pushing this company. And it was clearly seen at the SSC meeting by myself and other individuals that it was a nonstop pushing of let's move this project to UVI, let's move it. And when it pertains to someone getting money to do a study and it affects our livelihood, and you sit as a decision maker on a committee, it draws great concerns to us. We also see a conflict of interest with Sanai Haptis as being the chairman of the TAP, because when he became chairman, he was at the university, and now he's the chief of fisheries for DFW in a decision-making role. That can sway outcomes of the conceptual models. And last, but very important, is money being approved for Virginia Chevette to close life history gaps. And that's the presentation from the DAP for St. Thomas St. John. Thank you. I'm open for questions.
Let's finish with all the presentations first. The next presentation is the DAP chairman of St. Croix.
Good afternoon, everybody. Edward Schuster for the record, DAP Chair, St. Croix. We had pretty much a full attendance except for a few people that asked to be excused, and some had logged on online. The meeting went well. We had a lot of input on there, and the outcome of that was pretty simple. I'll start off with what Carlos mentioned on the council this morning as a motion. The concern was during the time of this, the Hind Bank closure, there's no fishing, especially to bottom tending gear, but some of the attendants on a DAP that represent the recreational fishery, they wanted to know if, it's very important to them as recreational fishers and the tournament during the time when the pelagics are there, that they use the deep water shelf as a fad, especially the dolphin, the wahoo, tuna, big eye that Carlos had mentioned, with among other species, swords and marlin and so forth. And that was an issue. But the main concern, besides that, was one of our members that's a part of an organization, CORE, wanted to know if they could have, or how would they go about getting a special permit to go within these MPAs and hunt for lionfish. And what we did is we didn't narrow it down to lionfish. We know the lionfish now are invasive species, but we don't know what the future holds. So we wanted to say just invasive species. We never know, maybe some other thing with 4 eyes and 10 fins might show up besides the lionfish. So that was one of the inquiries, how we can get, or how they may acquire a permit to eradicate invasive species within these MPAs, because they have put in a request to go into the East End Marine Park, which is actually a territorial issue, and they had put in a request to get a permit, and it's still pending with no response from DPNR. And with that said, basically, that's what came about our DAP meeting.
Thank you, Eddie. Nelson from Puerto Rico. DAP Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. At the last meeting of our advisory panel on March 24, among other things, we are discussing the matter of the MPAs. Puerto Rico has 3 MPAs in federal waters located at the west part of our island. Due to the short distance between them and the shared jurisdiction between the state and federal government in Barra de Cinco and Tourmaline, the confusion of regulations, not only among fishermen, but also among enforcement agencies, is significant. It's necessary to establish as far as possible harmonization of regulation in these areas. This would greatly help to avoid confusion between all parties involved and would facilitate the legal enforcement that exists around for the behalf of the fishing and the resource. The panel agreed that due to the size of our island, trying to create more MPAs would do more harm than good. This would force commercial fishermen to look for more distant areas to be able to carry out the work, increasing their costs and putting their life at risk at the same time. And also, it would create a fishing pressure in areas where currently don't exist. Without constant monitoring, illegal fishing would increase and the possibility that invasive species reach the area, causing great damage to the ecosystem. In Puerto Rico, we have a great number of MPAs that should be taken into consideration. Is the possibility of creating more MPAs is studied to comply with the President Executive Order 14008. This panel agreed that it's necessary to address the issue of land-based pollution and the violation of local and federal law in our protected area without an effective response from state and federal authorities that prefer to look to the other side instead of doing of their job. It's evident that unfortunately in our island, there is any control of this regard. And we have the most recent example in Salinas Bay, where the press has cataloged it as an environment crime and an unprecedented ecological disaster. There is an area that was acquired with no funds and under management of both federal and state authorities, where mangroves are destroyed. The area was built illegally. Residents were built, the most of them with water and electricity service obtained illegally from the government. Both ramps are built around, sampling stations were destroyed, and of course, an irreparable damage was caused to the habitat. According to the press, all this without any state or federal authority doing nothing to stop it at all. The people from the area filed complaint from the beginning and warned about the destruction that was going on. And let me tell you that we have many other areas along the island in the same situation. During and after our meeting, I was talking with several members of our panel and fishermen who approached us, and all agreed that we have better options to protect our resources. How I said before, the management plans implemented by this country are giving good results, and it has already been proven that in regions such as the Caribbean, where there is a good management, it's not necessary to have more MPAs. And the beauty of this is that most of the fishermen respect them. We must develop an outreach and education campaign to impact as many sectors as possible. It's necessary to have an inventory of the MPAs in the island and create an effective orientation signs that do not cause visual pollution and can have a QR code where the visitor can obtain additional updated information of each area. It was also suggested to manage so that the electronic nautical chart where the location of each MPAs and advertised them by tourist agencies, hotel, restaurant, airlines, etc. If we don't let know the protected area we have, how we are going to take care of it. We also talk about the need to establish a program for the collection of marine debris in all the protected area on the island, like Raimundo Espinosa are doing in the east coast of Puerto Rico. Another issue we talked was about the increase of recreational fishermen, where many of them become poachers. And this is an issue that must be addressed. This has created conflict between recreational and commercial fishermen. It is necessary that the recreational fishing license on the island be implemented once for all. This should have as a requirement of education program aspect and a workshop that bring information about the MPAs and collect the data of their landings. Not aware that MPA and other fishing regulations apply equally to them. Establish a school of fishermen is a topic that is gaining more interest to the point that a senator from the west of Puerto Rico is evaluating the possibility of establishing one in the closed, in a closed school on the west of Puerto Rico. Finally, we talk about the need to create more workshops about the management of fishing catches that includes fishermen, vendors, restaurant, and other staff, and hotel staff. That concludes my report.
Excellent report of the three chairs. Now, time for question. Jocelyn?
Thank you, Marcos. I just wanted to go back to the report from the St. Thomas St. John District Advisory Panel and just the questions about the conflict of interest. So it's obviously the council and the National Marine Fisheries Service take seriously any statements or thoughts that there might be a conflict of interest. There's specific rules that apply to council members, and they relate to financial conflicts, and there's recusal rules if there's votes on matters that could affect someone's financial interests. We don't have rules that apply to the advisory panel members on that level. For the SFC, obviously we're concerned about objectivity, especially if there's peer review or recommendations for best available science. We want to make sure that persons are able to be objective and avoid any appearance of conflicts where they're doing their own research. But here it looks like we've spoken before about Sinai Haptis and his participation on the technical advisory panel. And I don't necessarily see any conflict of interest there. I'm not necessarily sure if there's how it might have his participation or his change of position might affect his objectivity. But the council, of course, can look into it, but we've discussed that matter before. And I'm not familiar with the facts of what happened at this most recent SSC meeting, but again, we want to make sure that if persons are involved in research, that they're presenting their research and that they're able to be objective. So if there's potential management outcomes or recommendations, they might recuse themselves if appropriate, and just avoiding any potential conflicts if there's a way that they might recommend something that has financial consequences for them. But again, here I don't know the facts and whether or not there's a conflict there, but these are serious things to consider, and we can continue talking about them. But at least on the technical advisory panel front, we haven't seen an issue in the past, and we want to be careful with researchers who's making sure that they're disclosing their association with it, and for example, people have refused themselves to investigate the science determinations because they want to make sure that they're saying this is my research, but others can certify it. I'm not exactly sure what happened with this meeting, but definitely serious allegations and something we want to make sure we understand.
Jocelyn, do you have a question, or is just a statement that you're?
Just a statement about conflicts, and if there's any other information that folks want to provide.
Richard?
Yeah, with respect to the SSC meeting, I didn't see any even avenue for conflict of interest. The question was about Todd, who was presenting the results from the American Consultants study. There was no discussion of anything that would involve him or that company doing anything in the future. What we were requesting is that study be analyzed so the results could be put into practice, and it's glad to hear that Kevin has found money to move in that direction, but there was no discussion of anything that or any study that his company would somehow be in some advantageous position or advocating. Now, obviously, when we talk about the data needs for the Caribbean, it's up to those who have money to say, okay, how are we going to handle these things? Is it going to be done through work through the center or through a grant program or whatever? But those, the conflict of interest clauses in those are substantial, and if that company were to try to apply in response to some avenue of funding, they'd have to be able to meet those things, and it should ever come up to the SSC for some kind of recommendations, the person would have to recuse themselves from any kind of voting, stuff, but that's, none of that was happening at this meeting. The SSC did not make decisions, only make recommendations. So I didn't see what that was an issue. Respecting Julian's view of things, but I respect Julian. Thank you.
Julian, briefly, please.
Yeah, just a little follow-up. I understand what he's saying, but the view that I got is on every opportunity at that meeting, and the minutes are there. The minutes are there for everybody to listen to. This is not personal. Personal friendship stays outside the door. When we come in the door, we come in the door to do a job. And every opportunity on both days of moving this project to the US Virgin Islands, every opportunity there was, it was mentioned. And I wouldn't go no further to make it argumentative. All I would ask is the committee members of the council, listen to the minutes. And hopefully the minutes will prove why I have the concern that I have. So if we're going to try to push the same project in the Virgin Islands with mere consultants, that is the co-founder is Todd Gemenke. And I have a problem with him being, and this happened before, where he was took off of this committee for the same exact reason. Okay, so all I'm saying, I find it a conflict of interest, and my officials that I speak to on a daily basis could not believe that this was happening again. So I'm putting it out there for discussion. I bring to the table what my people ask me to bring to the table. And I also bring my views to the table. That's why I am sitting in the room for. And if I see a problem, it's my duty as the chair of the district advisory panel for St. Thomas, St. John, to bring my issue forward. Now, if the decision is made by the council and by the lawyers that it's not a conflict of interest, well, then we move forward from there. But I put it on the table as a conflict of interest. Thank you.
Richard, and we move on.
Yeah, so I invite the people to listen to the transcripts. The only thing we said was that we needed a similar program in the Virgin Islands. It was never, in fact, it was certainly alluded to that this would not be mayor that would be doing that. And Kevin then told us that that's already moving forward. So this never came up. I used the term mayor-like project, meaning a port sampling project that's statistically designed to try and improve port sampling and catch estimates within the Virgin Islands. At no point, I mean at no point, were we ever discussing or recommending that Todd or your consultants be involved in any program regarding this port sampling project.
Thank you, Richard. Next presentation is, yes.
Questions from Vanessa.
Vanessa, question.
I will read it out loud for Vanessa. It says, question for the DAP Puerto Rico or Miguel. Did all the members were present in the last DRDAP meeting? Was the issue of absences was resolved?
Nelson.
Well, the most of them was present, so I think we have today on the closed session the evaluation for the upcoming members.
Thank you, Nelson. Miguel.
Yeah, Nelson recommended some names and we put them in the SEC, and this afternoon we are going to go into the closed session, and tomorrow the council will announce membership on each one of the panels. We need to reappoint next many members because the time expired is April 22nd, and we will be able to discuss it tomorrow in
Thank you, Miguel. Next presentation is identify critical habitats of juvenile nassau grouper in Puerto Rico. I think Evan is the one presented. Welcome, Evan, and the floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much to the council and to the chairs and everybody for this opportunity to present research of this small pilot. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present the results of this small pilot project that we have been conducting for over the past year and a half. My name is Evan Tu. These are my research expeditions. Our project is identifying the critical habitats of juvenile nassau grouper in Puerto Rico. And this was funded by the Caribbean Fisheries Management Council and supported by 787. Next slide, please. All right, so the regional decline of Nassau grouper has been well documented. It dates back to the 1970s with the first implications of drastic population decline that continued to the next decade into the 1980s, where they were considered ultimately considered commercially extinct, which then prompted management and conservation measures to be enacted. In 1990, they were listed as no take in the federal waters surrounding Puerto Rico. And 14 years later, Puerto Rico followed suit by enacting the same no take designation in the surrounding waters of Puerto Rico, local waters of Puerto Rico. However, over the past 20 years of this type of management and conservation action, they have shown little to no or somewhat slow signs of recovery. Next slide, please. And this could be contributed to some of their life history characteristics, slow growth, late age at maturity. I'm sorry, those X's shouldn't be there, but I'll continue. Slow growth, late age at maturity, and they are dimersal species, meaning that they are closely associated to the habitat, the benthic habitats which they are found. And they also have a complex two-part life stage, like many other reef fish species, meaning they begin life as a pelagic larval form, which drift to coastal habitats where they then settle, and they utilize multiple different habitat types and migrate into deeper reefs where they mature and eventually form spawning aggregations. Now, the majority of the work or research and available data that we have on this species is primarily for the adult life stage and how it relates to reproduction. But the reality of the matter is, given the current population and conservation status, that really any negative effects or implication to any of these various life stages will ultimately have a negative impact on the adult form. All right, so therefore we set out to bridge some of the gaps in that information by identifying these habitats used by those subadult and juvenile life stages, and as they mature and migrate into the offshore reefs. We began this work in the northeast side of the island in the Luquillo, Fajardo, and the Ceiba areas. And this was largely in part due to anecdotal accounts of increased sightings of juveniles, both on the reefs and catch for that area. We conducted 43 scouting expeditions where we located 23 Nassau grouper at 15 different sites. And they range from the early juvenile sizes all the way up until the adult stages. Slide, please. So our strategy, we set out to document the size distribution of Nassau grouper from the inshore to offshore gradient and various habitats at 3 different spatial scales. And we chose these 3 different spatial scales because they directly correspond to either already existing or currently or long-term data sets that are currently being conducted here in the region. So it gives us a direct comparison to the available data that is already available to us and currently being collected. Next slide. All right, so the methods, we started at the largest scale possible, conducting, we scouted the areas that Nassau Grouper were reported on those anecdotal evidence. We did this by using large scale long drifts, using either scuba or snorkeling. And then we use the information gathered from those sightings and those and the habitat characteristics from the areas that we cited to expand the search into other areas by exploring other areas with similar characteristics. Once we compiled the database of sightings and locations and abundances and size distributions of those sightings, we then returned to these sites and conducted a benthic and topographical assessment to characterize the habitat surrounding where these individuals were sighted. And we analyzed these results to look at trends by size class. And we did this using Hermanova and the Hermanova to look at distinct groups within habitat types where these individuals were sighted, along with both the abundance and size distribution of these individuals. Slide, please. So our largest spatial scale was the kilometer, hundreds of meters or kilometers scale. And this essentially corresponds to the NOAA habitat map, what NOAA uses to characterize all the benthic habitats surrounding the island in the US Caribbean. Once we had a GPS coordinate of the sighting, we then overlaid that onto the habitat map and we recorded the habitat type. But we also looked at other distances to other available habitats that Nassau Grouper are known to inhabit, but also the shoreline as well, the distance from shore, the distance to the nearest coral reef, distance to the nearest mangrove habitat or seagrass bed. Next slide, please. Further refining that scale, we then went down to the tens of meters scale, and basically we conducted a NOAA National Coral Reef Monitoring Reef Fish Visual Census to analyze not only the fish populations, not just Nassau Grouper, but the other fish that were in the area where the Nassau Grouper was sighted, but also to characterize the benthic and topographical composition of the area surrounding, immediately surrounding where the Nassau Grouper were sighted. And that area constituted a 15-meter in diameter cylinder or 7.5 meter radius around the area where the Nassau Grouper was identified. Next slide, please. And to the finest scale within that cylinder, where we surveyed immediately around the Nassau Grouper, we then conducted a series of photo quadrats using 3 parallel 25-meter transects laid 7 meters apart within that cylinder, where we then laid 18 photo quadrats in that area and took pictures and later analyzed that to identify the species composition and proportion making up that benthic habitat where those Nassau were found. So these are the results of those 23 individuals that were sighted with these longer scouting expeditions. As you can see, of those 23, 21 of these fish were all immature, ranging from the early juvenile life stage, so 6 to 15 centimeters, all the way up to the borderline transitioning to their adult life stage. The majority of them were large juveniles in the size range of 15 to 30 centimeters, corresponding to a fish that's roughly settled within that year, maybe a little longer for a 30-centimeter fish. But because these were all juveniles, one of the assumptions of these sightings and the subsequent analysis is that they had settled in or near the habitats where they were encountered. These juveniles aren't going to undergo large-scale reproductive migrations that has been reported for this species. And because they're immature, they were thought to pretty much be within the area where they were sighted. Next slide, please. So at the largest spatial scale, next slide. The kilometer scale, again, next slide. The results indicate that all of these sightings, this is solely just basing the sighting information overlaying that with the NOAA habitat map, is all sightings were found in, or almost all sightings were found in seagrass beds. So seagrass beds, and they were also close to shore. Next slide. So a good example of this would be the area of Las Cabezas, where within this bay, we identified multiple areas that had Nassau grouper. And as you can see from the habitat map and the color coding scale down there at the bottom, every single sighting was found in continuous seagrass, so dense seagrass beds, or seagrass fairly dense, so 70 to 90% covered. This, as we further analyzed some of the results and really got in the water to analyze the benthic composition, we found this later wasn't the best scale to really look at it, which is why we later refined our scale. But as you can see, for the most part, they were all utilizing or found within seagrass beds. Next slide. The exception to that would be 3 of the larger individuals that we found. They were found further from shore. Most of the other grouper sightings were found about 300 to 400 meters from shore, so fairly close. But these larger individuals were found approximately 3 to 4 kilometers on deeper offshore patch reefs, which this does fit what's known about the species, whereas as they mature and grow, they migrate to further offshore into deeper reefs and deeper habitats. So this does fit into some of the biological information that is present for this species. But one thing I'd like to note was if you just are using the habitat map as classification of these habitats that they are found on, you can see that, yes, it shows that they were found on patch reefs, but the white area completely surrounding that area is listed as unknown. So there's not much known about that habitat. And based on our large scale drifts that we conducted, or longer drifts that we conducted while collecting this data, I can confirm that this white area is also a continuation of that continuous seagrass bed, indicating that although the larger individuals are using deeper offshore reefs, those reefs are immediately adjacent within 100 meters to seagrass beds, indicating that even at that adult, or as they're reaching adulthood, that seagrass environment is still very important to these migrations, and is likely acting as a buffer to these migrations. Next slide. So, and if you just want to, as I mentioned, we located 26 individuals. Now, just using the habitat map alone, we were actually only able to identify the habitats based on the habitat map for 16 of those fish. So it doesn't really have the resolution to really give us an idea of the types of habitats that you're using solely based on the habitat map. But even then, you can still see that seagrass has an important role, those top 3 middle columns. Even the artificial habitat was completely surrounded by seagrass. So about 75% of all the fish were found in habitats completely surrounded or within these seagrasses. Next slide, please. So refining our scale to the tens of meters. So the abiotic footprint. So one of the first things we do after we get to the site where we saw a Nassau grouper, and finish the fish survey, recording the fish that are in the area, we look at the abiotic footprint, which is essentially just an aerial view conducted by the diver, where we estimate the proportion of the abiotic coverage of that habitat. And as you can see, sand, or these unconsolidated sediments, which are obviously colonized by seagrass. So there's 36% sand, and those are the seagrass beds. Those are a significant proportion of the habitat, but you can also see that close to or over 60% of that area within the seagrass beds inside that cylinder is some type of hard bottom habitat, whether it's consolidated hard bottom or rubble habitat. So seagrass does play an important role, but it's also hard bottoms within that seagrass that doesn't show in the habitat. Next slide. Analyzing the topographical complexity of these hard bottoms located within the cylinder, they were all fairly low relief. 85% of all the hard bottom within these habitats were less than 1 meter or 3 feet tall. So it's fairly low complexity, not very high. And next slide. And the same can be said for the soft substrates located within the cylinders as well. And this is the height of the seagrass, the sponges, and the gorgonians and sea fans found within those habitats as well. They 80% were less than 1/2 meter, about 1.5 feet tall. So these are, fairly low complexity environments. Next slide. So, and the finest scale, the 1 meter scale conducted by the photo quadrats. Next slide, please. The results to that were, as most reefs are, they were biologically complex. We identified 36 types of benthic organisms or benthic groups to the nearest species level. But the top 3 that were predominantly stood out in all of the habitat surveys were, as I keep mentioning, the seagrass, where to the species level, it was turtlegrass or thalassia. Then there was a mixture of some sand, and then what was covering these hard substrates was predominantly turf and filamentous macroalgae. All right, so it's not necessarily, it didn't necessarily need to be high coral cover, sponge covers, or anything like that. This is low relief, low complexity, hard bottoms consolidated by turf sediments. Next slide. All right, so our main conclusions that we drew from the analysis was at the largest spatial scales, Nassau groupers are found predominantly in seagrass beds with some unknown habitats based on the mapping, and also a few were found on patch and or linear reefs, but that's based on the minimum mapping unit given by the NOAA habitat. At the medium scale, we're really refined to pick apart what's really going on in the area immediately adjacent to these fish. It was actually small, discrete, and low relief patches of hard bottom or hard substrate, and surrounded by unconsolidated sediments colonized by seagrass or turtlegrass. And again, at the smallest spatial scale, these hard bottoms, they were primarily the predominant biological coverage was turf algae and macroalgae. And then it was also some pavement, rubbles, and sand. And then all of them were surrounded by turtlegrass. Slide. All right, so one thing I'd like to point out is, these essential fish habitats, so these habitats used by these smaller individuals, as I mentioned before, were all very close to shore. They're small, these smaller juveniles are found on shallower nearshore habitats. And those being close to shore make these, more vulnerable to what's going on land-based, land-based construction, development, especially when it's being uncontrolled. And, if you're a resident of the Caribbean, that is an ever-present threat, an increasing threat of some of these habitat destruction, coastal habitat destruction. But not only is it really going to affect the coastal communities, but it also affects the nearshore communities and resources as well. Next slide, please. Another interesting component that was exposed with the analysis and the data is the importance of bays and lagoons acting as nursery habitats to these species. So the predominant zones surrounding the areas that were surveyed were either bays and lagoons or bank and shelf zones. All right. We've surveyed in our large scale drifts and surveys, we surveyed 3 times greater the area in the bank and shelf zone. However, there were 11 times the densities of juvenile Nassau grouper located in the bay and lagoon environments in the surrounding area. So that really kind of shows that the importance of these environments as nursery habitats, and that's largely contributed to the larval retention dynamics of these environments and zones. Next slide, please. Another important component as well is on every single site that we surveyed and conducted a fish survey where a Nassau grouper was observed. Other commercially and ecologically important species were observed as well, but at much higher densities than Nassau groupers. So these are the, red hinds, the yellowtail snappers, other snapper species, grunts, surgeon fishes, and parrotfishes as well. So these are not just important for Nassau groupers, but these are important for other extremely important species that contribute to not just the fishery, but also ecosystem function for the area, for the coastal core ecosystems. And if you compare it to a similar species of red hind, the Nassau grouper, they still were in very low densities. When you compare to the densities that we saw of juvenile red hinds in the area, red hinds were still at 2 to 3 times greater densities than Nassau groupers in these areas. So they still have a ways to go before they can reach the population statuses of something like a red hind. Next slide. So one output that we had from this project, we were able to develop both a website and a phone application as well. So the website, Narrows PR, it's a bilingual website. It's focused primarily for the regulations in Puerto Rico, but there's also biological and fish identification information that will help to identify the differences between the different grouper species that are commonly encountered here in Puerto Rico. There's also information on the closures, the seasonal and species closures in the island as well. And both the application and the website have an outlet to where users or various stakeholders, whether you're a commercial fisher, recreational fisher, diver, or photographer, where you can actually go and report sightings of Nassau grouper or Goliath grouper, any grouper that you found in the area. And that will give us a chance to go and further explore other locations and further expand this analysis so we can continue to fill these knowledge gaps on the life history of the species. Next slide, please. All right, the next steps. As I mentioned, this was a small pilot project. And it was actually, the funding was continued and funded by the NOAA Species Recovery Grant Program. So for the next 3 years, we're going to expand on this project, continue and expand, exploring areas around Puerto Rico and identifying the habitats where juvenile, not just juveniles, but also adult Nassau grouper reside. We also incorporated some FSA monitoring as well into there. Up until recently, there have been almost no identified Nassau grouper aggregations here in Puerto Rico. And I say up until recently, there was one on the West Coast, but with another project, we actually were able to identify a second location in Puerto Rico. And this is not just for Nassau grouper, there were also yellowfin, black grouper, and at a different time of year, we also identified an aggregation of mutton snapper there as well. So this continued FSA monitoring is extremely valuable for assessing long-term dynamics of populations over time. And not only that, but it's also a continued priority of the SSC in this district. We're also have a education and outreach campaign as well that we have for this project. So we're going to be talking with enforcement, various fishers and types of fishers and community members to develop signage, community signage, further kind of give out these, further demonstrate and get this information, some of it which can be confusing to users and stakeholders in the area. And we're going to be giving workshops to kind of like better facilitate that outreach and distribution of this information to make it easier for everybody. And lastly, the acknowledgements. This project would not be possible without the following people: Captain Marcos Hankey of 787 Fishing, facilitated the field portions of these projects, providing, decades worth of catch information, and habitat and his knowledge of the local habitats. Carlos Zayas of CFMC was a vital part of all data collection for this project. We had student volunteers as well from the UPR system, Chris Morales and Charlie Ardones. And actually, it was the input of Chris Morales that helped us identify one of the areas of highest densities of Nassau grouper in the area, thanks to his input. And then also the Pirate Snorkeling Shack and Water Sports Rental and Tours, they facilitated equipment usage to be able to access some of these areas that are near shore that were not accessible by. Also, I'd like to thank the various stakeholders and contributors to the area. And just to leave you with the final conclusions, next slide. Thank you very much for the question. I also have a copy if anybody's interested. I do have a guide that we have, which will help better identify differences between the grouper species. There's also information on seasonal closures and closed areas in Puerto Rico as well. And thanks to the council, we're going to be printing a lot more versions of these in both Spanish and English. And these will be freely available to widely distribute to various stakeholders.
Thank you, Evan. Tony?
Good presentation. I got a question for you because I'm kind of curious.
Yeah.
I noticed that you say the other group of species that you noticed was the pony, the hind, I believe it was.
Yes.
Did you notice any other kind of group was when you was looking for the NASA?
Yeah, so we did see in the area yellowfin groupers and also comb grouper.
The what?
Comb.
Comb.
C-O-M, yeah, it's Mithroperca acutiosus is the scientific.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I know, it's not a common grouper species found, but it is present in the Caribbean, but generally I would guess that was another one.
And that was out in shallow water, is what you were saying?
Like tens of meters from shore.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for the question. I have a question. No Gracebees on those?
There actually were Gracebees in the report, which if anybody is interested in the report, the findings of the report, the detailed findings, I can send that out. But there is a list of all the other commercially and ecologically important species. But grouper species, conies, Gracebees, Gracebees were actually, fairly low densities, but they were present there as well. Red hind.
Thank you.
We did not see any red grouper.
Let me go to the channel here for the record to be clear.
Great presentation. You already answered one of my questions. I'd be very interested in seeing the report. You had mentioned money was provided by NOAA Fisheries through the recovery grant program. My office is currently actually working on an ESA critical habitat rulemaking for Nassau grouper. I don't know if you work with Pat Opay or anyone in my office, but we definitely want the information you collected to help support that one.
Excellent. Yeah, thank you.
Richard?
Just one quick question. I've seen for a lot of species where you find really small juveniles in sort of unexpected places, that water quality is really an important factor in determining whether you're going to find things or not. And at least from the pictures you showed, you had really clear water. I don't know if that's just because it's good pictures, but did you have any much variability in that in the places you were looking at? Would that be a factor?
Yes, there was variability in water quality, especially in the Fajardo area. The closer that you get to the Fajardo River, water quality essentially plummets pretty drastically. And not only did we not find any Nassau grouper there, it largely impeded our ability to sample those areas. So just because we didn't find any with our visual census doesn't necessarily mean they weren't there. And talking with some of the fishers who are continuing to provide some of their catch data, since we've gone there, they have caught Nassau grouper in some of those areas where we haven't been able to survey because of poor water quality. So just because we didn't find them there doesn't mean that they actually aren't there.
Yeah, I was thinking more of the very early juveniles.
Oh, right.
You weren't really.
Right. I mean, and that would be a gear selectivity issue, like we're not able, we're right now, at least, not able to go and survey those areas based on full water quality.
Graciela?
So where do they come from? And the reason why I'm asking is because the council received a presentation from Miguel Canal and the connectivity that we have from the sources, which are the 20 irrigations that we already have from the management. And one idea would be to backtrack the information using those models to see where they actually come from and to actually help in finding the critical habitat near shore. Where do the drifters end up? Where does the simulation take you? So, you know, that's one of the projects that we have discussed and hopefully it will come to fruition.
That's actually gonna help to support the idea of analyzing how those protected areas are working, right?
But also,
yeah,
since we're talking about basically one spawning aggregation in the Virgin Islands as a potential source, genetics might be a way to pin that down.
And since we already know have identified areas of sampling, we could potentially get and continue to collect genetic samples and analyze that data as well and to address those questions.
There is any other question to Evan? Anybody online? Vanessa, go ahead.
I can read it out loud. So the question is, did any of these NASA observations were on the west side of Puerto Rico and near Louis 6? And it seems like you have some reports of adults around.
Right, so that's one of the things. So given that this was a small pilot project, we refined our search to the northeast of the island. But based on some of the report data that we have from IMERO or MERO's PR, we are finding some reports of adults around the Buoy 6 area and also indications of spawning there as well. So yes, there are some reports on the West Coast. I know some of the avid divers and dive shops that visit there regularly see them, but we have not yet had a chance to go and do that same benthic habitat characterization that we did for this project, but that is in the plan.
Thank you, Evan. Graciela?
So one more thing in terms of developing technology to look at these areas that are really, really bad water quality that you can see in front of your nose. So that's another issue that we have because, you know, we might have a really good recruitment of juvenile NASO to the area, but we don't know about it. So there are things that, you know, developing technology that can be used to do that. So we might need to send you, there was an RFP recently out for that kind of thing.
But, and the one thing I'd like to bring up, and this is just based on my anecdotal observation from being in the water at those sites. So those areas with poor water quality, the preliminary, like just benthic observational habitat characterization, they were distinctly drastic, like they were drastically different habitats, different benthic compositions, different seagrass compositions that did differ from what we were seeing based on this analysis. And that's not to say that they still cannot settle there, but whether or not survivorship is high, if they do manage to settle there, that's a completely.
Yes, thank you very much. And because this is very close to my heart because I've participated since the beginning. And I want to bring to the table to all of you. This is always start with a word that give me each. The anecdotal information that because of the anecdotal information I was collecting, thanks to Evan and its group, it organized and support to organize this anecdotal information and do a project to make something valuable out of it. And this is the pathway, the segue for the presentation that I'm gonna do the second day. They're gonna also address the same approach, which way us as a fisherman, we can support and develop knowledge about our fishery and our species. And thank you very much, Evan, for the great effort you guys did. And I can testify that this is been evolving and including divers, snorkelers, tour operators, and other people. that can support with a negative information, but on an organized form, under a scientific method and something well-designed like you guys did to produce information like this that we didn't have before. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Seeing no question, no other question, we are going to adjourn the meeting. It's 5 o'clock. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you to all the participants for your patience. I'm sorry about the delay on the agenda, but I think we have a very good discussion. There is something else? I cannot hear.
Just to make clear, is the presentation of Janet Ramos today, is it gonna be tomorrow? Thank you.
Okay, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody. At 5:30, there is a closed section at this same room, just the council members. Thank you.
Good presentation.